Okay, good morning, honorable guests and ladies and gentlemen joining us today. It's our honor and privilege to welcome you to Kibo Utilization Workshop at Justice Design Studio, Thailand Institute of Justice Building. My name is Natanai Kunayason, researcher from National Energy Technology Center.
And my name is Atikan Webunjan, International Relations Officer from GISTDA.
It's our pleasure to be a master of ceremony today.
And we believe that this is a great opportunity for government personnel, universities, startups, and anyone interested in space exploration to utilize the Kibo module. It will also help to further build a network of space collaboration between Thai and Japanese, strengthen the knowledge base and workforce in space technology, and generate research that benefits the society.
And to begin this workshop today, so we are honored to have an opening and welcoming speech from Dr. Sirilak Prukpitikun, Deputy Executive Director of GISTDA. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Sirilak.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and participants. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to the Kibo Utilization Workshop in Thailand. GISTDA and NSTDA are delighted to jointly host this valuable workshop. We are truly pleased to have so many interested participants join us today. This workshop represents a significant opportunity for Thai researchers and all those with an interest in the exploration and utilization of space, especially through the Kibo module on the International Space Station. Thailand has a strong history of active engagement in Kibo utilization activity and program organized by Japan and JAXA. We recognize the immense potential that Kibo offers for advancing scientific knowledge and fostering international collaboration in space exploration. GISTDA and NSTDA are eager and pleased to support Thai individuals and organizations in accessing and utilizing the Kibo program. We are committed to providing the necessary research and guidance to enable Thai researchers to participate effectively and contribute meaningfully in Kibo-related programs. We hope that in the near future, we will witness impactful research and experimental conducted by Thai professionals and researchers through the Kibo program. We believe this endeavor will not only benefit Thailand, but also contribute significantly to the global scientific community. We look forward to productive and engaging workshops, and we are excited to see the innovative ideas and collaboration that emerge from our discussion. Lastly, we extend our sincere appreciation to the JAXA team for their invaluable assistance in making this workshop such a productive and successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sirilak, for our warm welcoming remarks.
And next, may I invite Dr. Masaki Shirakawa, the Director of Space Environment Utilization Center of JAXA, to deliver an opening remarks and workshop objectives at the podium, please.
Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm Masaki Shirakawa, the Director of the Space Environment Utilization Center of JAXA. Welcome to the Kibo Utilization Workshop here, and I'm very honored to give a opening remark. The International Space Station, or ISS, is a human outpost that 15 countries are participating in, and JAXA has been providing the Japanese experimental module named Kibo. Kibo has the largest pressurized laboratory and also the largest external platform in the ISS. Many users have been using Kibo for their own research and development, such as new drug design, aging research, life and material sciences, Earth and space observation, small satellite deployment, new technology demonstration, and so on. Many companies have also been using Kibo for their own commercial activities. JAXA has established strong relationship with countries in Asia-Pacific region and provided students and researchers there with opportunities to join activities conducted in Kibo. Among these countries, the activities held in Thailand is superb. Many students in Thailand joined our Kibo utilization program. For example, we have conducted the Kibo Robot Programming Challenge annually since 2020. In the final round of this competition, student programs are installed into an on-orbit robot, and an international competition to follow a game scenario is conducted. Thai students have joined this event every year since the first competition in 2020, and always have the highest number of participants among the other Asian countries, including Japan. For example, 200 teams of 724 students from Thailand joined in the fifth competition last year. These numbers were the highest and made up about 30% of the all the teams. In addition, a team from Thailand won the final on-orbit competition. So you were the excellent in both quantity and quality. Thai students also actively joined an ASEAN Trilogy program where an on-orbit Japanese astronaut conducted experiments proposed by your students, and the ASEAN Harbor in Space program where we launched seed stored in Kibo and returned them to the Earth. These extensive contributions of Thailand were highly acknowledged, and Patriot Seng-Son-san or Ben-san of NSTDA received the Space Achievement Award at the 29th Asia-Pacific Region Space Agency Forum, or APLSAF 29, in 2023. In addition to this multilateral program, Thailand and Japan have established bilateral cooperative framework. In August 2023, JAXA and GISTDA made an agreement on the rodent tissue sharing program, where samples obtained by JAXA's rodent mission in Kibo were provided to researchers in Thailand aimed at contributing to the study of health on Earth. Today, I'm very thrilled to have this workshop here so that we can hear your interest and the new idea of using Kibo. We are happy to present our activities as well. The most important objective of this workshop is to share our interest in using the Kibo and find future potential space experiments. So your comments and feedback will be very much appreciated. I hope we will have a fruitful discussion today, and this workshop becomes a trigger for our future question with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shirakawa, for your speech.
Okay, next may I invite Mrs. Yuko Nakamura, Associate Senior Administrator of Satellites Application, to give a speech from JAXA Bangkok office. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Mrs. Yuko.
Thank you very much. สวัสดีค่ะทุกท่านฉันชื่อยุโกะ Nakamura นะคะจาก Satellite Applications and the Operations Center of JAXA. It is a great pleasure to address you today on behalf of Takehiro Nakamura, the Director of JAXA Bangkok office. Thank you very much for participating in the Kibo Utilization Workshop co-hosted by JAXA, GISTDA, and National Science and Technology Development Agency, NSTDA. I'm truly grateful to welcome this workshop back to Thailand for the first time since 2017. JAXA has built up numerous excellent collaborations with GISTDA and NSTDA over the years. For example, We have cooperated on high-quality protein crystal growth experiments as part of space experiments and shared mass samples. Thanks to the efforts of both agencies, universities in Thailand have been provided with data and samples, deepening research within the country. Additionally, in educational activities using Kibo led by NSTDA, Thai students actively engaged in more than other countries, which I believe is also a testament of our cooperation. In my field of satellite Earth observation, the collaboration between Thailand and Japan is also vibrant. With GISTDA, we have advanced cooperation starting from the reception of satellite data to utilizing satellite observations for addressing social challenges like disasters and agriculture. Day by day, the JAXA Bangkok office serves as a liaison with GISTDA and NSTDA, maintaining and further strengthening our cooperative relationship. Those who wish to collaborate with Japan or desire direct communication are always welcome to visit our office in Seoul to freely deepen interactions with us. Furthermore, on this occasion, many private companies from both Japan and Thailand are participating. Currently, space activities are truly entering an era of innovation, transitioning from science and technology or R&D to a time of co-creation of the space economy, no longer confined to the domains of space agencies alone. I hope that private sector participants will deepen networking and form diverse partnerships, ushering in a new era of Thailand-Japan space cooperation. Lastly, I hope this workshop will serve as a foundation for further cooperation and prove to be a meaningful opportunity for everyone. Please make the most of this valuable opportunity to take a new step together towards future space activities. Thank you very much for your attention. ขอบคุณมากๆเลยค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you very much for a speech from JAXA Bangkok office. And please give Mrs. Yuko for another big round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, now let's move on to the overview of Kibo utilization from Ms. Sayaka Umemura, Manager of Space Environment Utilization Center. So you have the floor.
สวัสดีครับ This is Sayaka Umemura of JAXA Space Environment Utilization Center. I'm glad to see you physically and virtually. Today, I would like to introduce overview of Kibo utilization. How many of you know the International Space Station? Please raise your hands if you know the International Space Station. Almost all of you. Thank you very much. So I don't have to explain a lot. However, the International Space Station is a space laboratory located about 400 kilometers above the Earth. JAXA has contributed to this program by operating the Japanese experiment module Kibo. Kibo means hope in Japanese. Japan is the only country participating in this program in the Asia-Pacific region. Therefore, JAXA has collaborated with many countries in Asia-Pacific region to share the opportunity for space utilization. As Dr. Shirakawa mentioned, JAXA has collaborated with GISTDA and NSTDA in research and education. Details will be talked later in this workshop. This is a cooperation framework in the Asia-Pacific region. APLSA, Asia-Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum, was established in 1993 to enhance space activities in the region. It consists of 5 working groups, and we are part of Space Frontier Working Group. Under the Space Frontier Working Group, the Kibo-ABC Collaborative Initiative was established in 2012. Kibo-ABC promotes Kibo utilization in the Asia-Pacific region to share and build on the outcome of Kibo utilization. The goal of Kibo-ABC is to share the benefits of Kibo. For this goal, we have 2 steps. Step 1 is multilateral education programs among member agencies. And step 2 is bilateral missions between JAXA and a member agency. These activities will contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, and Thailand participates in both goals. Now, Kibo-ABC is consisted of 20 organizations from 14 countries and regions. GISTDA, NSTDA, and JAXA are members. These are Kibo-ABC multilateral educational programs. The top left box is the Kibo Robot Programming Challenge, programming competition for students. Students solve various problems by programming free-flying robots in the ISS. Participants will have the chance to learn cutting-edge methodologies and hone their STEM skills. 6th application just began. So if you have children, please make them apply to the competition. And Thai team won the first prize last year. Congratulations. So I'm looking forward to Thai student success this year too. The top right is Asian Trilogy, where scientific experiment ideas are proposed by Asian youth. The ISS crew executes selected ideas in the ISS Kibo. Next Asian Trilogy is planned in 2025 this year or next year, early next year. More than 200 themes has already been proposed from Thailand. Thank you very much. We appreciate Thai's active participation. The bottom left box is Space Seeds for Asian Future. It's a simple plant experiment program. The third mission, Asian Hub in Space, was held in 2021 in space, and the analysis is continued on the ground. Next SSAF mission is under planning. There will be some presentation today also. This is a history of Kibo-ABC multilateral programs. Now, we are continuously holding several programs in space yearly, with so many participation from Kibo-ABC member countries and region. And this is a history of bilateral projects with Kibo utilization. JAXA has implemented many bilateral projects with Asian Pacific countries and region, and events in red are related to Thailand. PCG experiment, rodent sample share, and today's Kibo utilization workshop. Now, let me explain internal and external experiment opportunities for Kibo. Kibo's main module is this pressurized module where astronauts conduct various scientific experiments. We also have external platform. And here we also have various experiments, facilities to observe the Earth and the whole universe. The unique part of Kibo is that we have not only inside but outside platforms, and we have airlock to connect both of them and robot arm, which enable us to grab the hardware which came out of the airlock. By utilizing this robotic arm, we deploy satellites, very small satellites. In Kibo, a broad range of research has been conducted. Let's talk about internal experiment. Life science experiments such as mouse experiment support scientific investigations to evaluate effects of long-term microgravity exposure to living organisms. And under microgravity, higher quality crystals can be obtained than on the ground, which can contribute on drug discovery. And JAXA and Thailand have collaborated in those experiments. And the ELF, electrostatic levitation furnace, enables to levitate a sample using static electricity and melt the sample over 2000 degrees and measure its thermophysical properties without contamination. How about external experiments? Small satellite deployment from Kibo has been used by many Asian Pacific countries and regions. Opportunities for exposed facilities and material exposure are also available. This will be talked later by Japanese companies. Adding to the satellite deployment by Japanese companies, there are some capacity building programs. These are not Kibo-ABC activities. However, we do that. So if you are interested in them, please contact two JAXA members here at the networking time. This is the Kibo Utilization Scheme. Basically, please contract with Japanese companies if you are interested in Kibo utilization. As for small satellite deployment, exposed facility, protein crystal growth, JAXA selected or is selecting service providers. So if you are interested in those activities, we'll introduce selected service providers to you. As for other utilization fields, JAXA hasn't selected a specific service provider. So these are the list of Japanese companies you can coordinate with. There are some people from Japanese companies here at the venue, so please talk to them. As for ELF, Electrostatic Levitation Furnace Cooperation, please contact to JAXA. There are two types of contact scheme. Case A, users can make a contract with Japanese company. If needed, case B, the agreement between JAXA and Thai agency, GISTDA or NSTDA, might be an option. My presentation is a quick overview, and details will be presented later in this workshop. And you can find further information on the KUA webpage here. You can use this QR code or just to check that search with KUA, K-U-O-A. And Japan member of the venue, please raise your hands, Japan members. JAXA and Japanese company members, please raise your hands. Yeah, thank you. So if you have any questions, Thai participants, if you have any questions, please talk to us. I hope today's workshop will generate more collaboration among us. Thank you for your attention. Kapun ka.
Thank you, Mr. Memora, for your informative presentation.
Okay, next, let's move on to the role and responsibility of Kibo utilization in Thailand. May I invite Mr. Pirapat Akkarakup, International Relations Specialist from GISTDA, to share with us of how organizations in Thailand participate in Kibo program. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Mr. Pirapat a big round of applause.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Okay, my name is Pirapat Akkarakup. I work as an international relations specialist of Geo-Informatics and Space Technology Development Agency, or GISTDA. Thank you for having me here, and it's a good opportunity to present what I mean GISTDA and NSTDA do to help accelerate and help push forward the Kibo-ABC program. Actually, Mr. Sayaka already mentioned the role and I mean the method or something that Thai participant can participate in the Kibo already, but I will elaborate more on I give you some example that and will show you the role and the responsibility of GISTDA and NSTDA to help Thai participants to participate in the Kibo-ABC program or even in the international space experiment and space exploration arena. Okay, let's get to the point because I only have 5 minutes and don't worry, I only got one slide. GISTDA and NSTDA. So, and all the participants in this room quite already know the role and responsibility of GISTDA already. NSTDA is we are both the government entitled under the supervision of Ministry of Higher Education and Science Research and Innovation. Our responsibility is quite the same as we push forward cooperation, we accelerate the scientific innovation in order to answer the need of the social and economic development of the country. But GISTDA is more specific because we are the space agency. I mean, we are the very specific more in the space and Geo-Informatics technology. So a little bit different on the participant or the involvement in the responsibility in the Kibo-ABC program is that maybe the responsibility of NSTDA is more broader to the scientific research and innovation as a whole. So they might act as a facilitator for the young generation activities, while GISTDA is more specific to the professional on the space and the Geo-Informatics technology. We both connect to stakeholders. Of course, all the participants in this room is our stakeholder, and we support academic research, and while the NSTDA support the youth experiment. Maybe this 3 bullet is only 3 bullet. I will give you more example that what we do in the past. I mean, to elaborate more on this. The first example is the post-flight mouse experiment that Dr. Shirakawa and Ms. Sayaka has already mentioned. Post-flight mouse experiment is the research about the effect of 1/6G gravity to rodent muscle, led by distinguished Professor Dr. Naratapol Charanpan, Faculty of Science, Mahidol University, with the great support from JAXA. GISTDA signed the MOU with JAXA in 2023 to receive and transfer sample rodent tissue that was tested and experiment on the ISS safely to the researcher. That is the first example. Another one is not actually related to Kibo-ABC, but it's related to the scientific and space exploration and space experiment thing. That is the liquid crystal project. The research on liquid crystal in space led by Associate Professor Dr. Natapon Chattam, Faculty of Science, Kasetsart University, with the support from NASA. During the experiment, we have been working closely with KU researcher team to design, create a full function payload for the research prototype that must be successfully launched to the ISS, and as well provide space infrastructure and equipment in our National Satellite Assembly Integrate and Test Center that needed to be done for vibration and thermal vacuum testing of the research prototype. Another good example, which is just happened last year, is the multi-omic analysis of germinating rice seedling under extreme environmental conditions, a quite long project. the research is to find out the most suitable light seed that can withstand severe extreme condition and environment, led by Dr. Thatpong Turunyanun, Faculty of Science, Mahidol University, with the support from China National Space Research Administration, Space Administration of China. In this case, we have taken part mostly in all coordinator and facilitator process, from call for paper, sending the proposal, negotiating with the host, finding the most appropriate way to deliver and receive research material, connecting with partners, until seeking solution to maintain the experiment to happen, and etc. Through these 3 successful cases that we have done with both international partner and domestic partners, is demonstrate, it show that it's not only the scientific and engineering parts that we have been involved, or we can help all the partner in Thailand, but also the coordinating part and the facilitating part as well. For NSTDA, yes, they have a lot of successful story as well. Like in the picture, they support young generation to participate in many initiatives and competitions that conducted by JAXA, such as ASEAN Tri Zero G in 2023, and the 5th Kibo RPC in 2024. When I put it this way, I mean, but in reality, our responsibility and role of GISTDA and NSTDA is not that completely separate as the slide that I present. In reality, we sometimes we both can do more support on the same subject, or we can do some overlap to each other. And I'm not going into detail of for the NSTDA because it's not my business, but I'm sure that Dr. Namchai and his team will have a full detail on this successful case. In conclusion, but there is one thing that we GISTDA and NSTDA has the same responsibility and role in doing this, is that we are pleased to continue our support to Thai people at any age, any level, any professional, any expertise, or any organization in accessing and utilizing the Kibo program. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for sharing the Kibo utilization in Thailand. But before we move to the next session, let's capture this wonderful moment together. So we would like to invite all of you to join us, the group photo in this special session. So please come in front of the room.
Okay, now moving on to the next session, we will hear the success and impact activities in both Japan and Thailand. So let's start with activities in Japan first. May I invite Mr. Kyoichi Arakane of Space Environment Utilization Center of JAXA to share the Kibo-ABC activities in Japan.
Yeah. Okay. Let me resume it. And thank you for having us such a fun time. And once again, my name is Kyoichi Arakane, and I'm going to present some of the Kibo-ABC activities in Japan together with Dr. Kanako Kasparian standing right next to me. Okay, let me begin with the Kibo Robot Programming Challenge. We call it Kibo-RPC. So far, JAXA has successfully conducted 5 editions of Kibo-RPC starting from the year of 2020. And we use 2 robots for Kibo-RPC, Aerospace and Interval. Aerospace is NASA's robot and JAXA's Interval. And Aerospace is actually the programmable robot, and students create programs to control it and to accomplish missions. Okay, and so far there are many participants, and the last year we had a rocket high participation. Thanks, and NASA we had a rocket high participation. Okay. All right. I give my full respect to my friends in NASA, Namchai-san, Ben-san, who work so hard for the collecting the students. Okay. And Kibo-RPC has 2-round system. The preliminary round that is held in each country and region using the simulator. The game rules are the same for all countries and regions, and the students' programs are run on the simulator for 10 times, with 10 patterns with various game conditions. And we had the average score for each team. So writing stable and robust program is the key to success. And the winning team advanced to the final round. The representative of the country and the regions. And the final round is held in the ISS Kibo. The winner from the preliminary round compete for the grand prize, and the finalist programs are installed on Aerospace. It should be a valuable experience for finalists. Okay, this is the rough schedule of this year's Kibo-RPC. We have just started the call for participation from February, and it will end in May. Okay. And we're going to have a final round around the end of September. And we're going to have a final event on ground on November, hopefully. This year, we set a new game story. The Space Pirate, Interval the First, has hidden a space treasure somewhere in ISS. And you are asked to hunt them using Aerospace. So, if you are students, if you are interested in Japanese anime, please join us. And this is the game rule. We gonna focus on the image recognition this year, and we provide some of the figures, some simple figures. Aerospace reads it and memorize them, and the astronauts show one of the same image, which is what she is looking for. And these are the examples of the images we are going to provide. There are 2 types of images, landmarks and treasures. This is kind of new this year. And let me talk a little bit about this last year's activities in Japan. And this is the preliminary round in Japan. And we have 19 teams competing with each other. And some of them came to visit Tsukuba Space Center. And they are the finalists from all over the world. And 13 teams actually get together to compete the final round, which is held in November 9th. And 13 students from Thailand, Nepal, Taiwan, and Japan visited Tsukuba Space Center to see the results. And the teams from Thailand won the first prize. Congratulations. Yeah, on the day of the final round, we had Kibo-RPC workshop, which is unique about Kibo-RPC. And we don't want to finish each year's competition just by deciding who wins and who loses. And we hope to students have deepened their learnings. And after the workshop, we had a social party, and JAXA staff and professor from the Tokyo University of Tokyo and the Kibo-ABC Parks joined and had a great time, I guess. And now I would like to hand over the next presentation to Kanako-san.
Sawadika, Chanchu, Kanako Kasparian. Nice to meet you. So I'm from okay, my name is Kanako Kasparian from JAXA Space Environment Utilization Center. I'd like to explain about Agent Trizer Z and Agent Hub in Space in Kibo-ABC activity. At first, Agent Trizer Z. Topics is below. I would like to start from what is Agent Trizer Z, then history and schedule and day of the experiment on orbit 2023, and wrap-up session Agent Trizer Z 2025. First, what is the Agent Trizer Z? The biggest aim is to spread the usage of Japanese experiment module, Kibo, among the Asia-Pacific regions for the benefit of the humanity. Second, it is designed in a support STEM education in Asia-Pacific region. And third is value. Agent Trizer Z is variable because it is more than a mere outreach program. It is an international collaboration, giving access to outer space to any students and providing the learning process as small space mission. This is the history of Agent Trizer Z from 2011 to 2023. Till now, Agent Trizer Z were held in 8 times, and many Japanese astronauts conducted many experiments on orbit. This slide showed the schedule. First, we asked the students to submit a proposal for the Agent Trizer Z. Then students submit their proposal. Then each Asian countries and the regional space institute do the first screening, then decide the top 3 proposal in each countries and regions. Then all space institute do the final screening to decide the proposal which will be conducted on orbit. Then a selected experiment will be conducted by Japanese astronauts and ISS. After the experiment, we have a wrap-up session. So I would like to show the Agent Trizer Z 2023, for example. It's about the day, the experiment on orbit, and some students made to come to JAXA to watch the on-orbit experiment. Students participate in some facility tours and meet up with the Japanese astronaut and engineers. Students who couldn't come to the Tsukuba Space Center, they can join online. All proposers had an opportunity to explain their proposal to other students and watch the on-orbit experiment in a VIP room in front of the mission control rooms in JAXA. The Agent Trizer, this is the wrap-up session of Agent Trizer Z 2023. And the proposals of 11 simple physics experiment theme category A and 5 exercise theme category B reported on the result and discussed of the experiment performed on the orbit. Students compared and analyzed their hypotheses and the result of their experiment. At the end, They have an award ceremony for the best presentation and crew award. And last time, one Thailand student got crew award, and two Thailand students got ABC award in category B. Congratulations. So I'd like to show the schedule of Agent Trizer Z 2025. The proposal receiving time was already finished, but this time we got 500 proposals from Asian countries and regions. And the Thailand proposal was the biggest number, 232. Now we are doing a final selection with Aerospace Institute. Okay, I'd like to move to AHIS, Asian Hub in Space. The first of the topics is two. The first is a project overview and activity. Second is activity of Japan. First of all, I would like to explain a background of the AHIS. The program provided a wide range of opportunity for the students and the young researchers in Asian Pacific region to study space biology. Educational projects in each country and regions are planned and implemented independently by each institute participant in the AHIS project. And the space travel seed from the Kibo-ABC country and the regions, 22 hub seed was selected from Kibo-ABC members. And SpaceX, 21 and 22 launched, then they delivered the seed to the space. In the basil cultivation experiment, a ground control experiment was conducted at JAXA's Tsukuba Space Center to compare the basil grow in the space environment with basil grow on the ground. Japanese researchers are analyzing the space seed now. Next is Japanese unique activities and Asia Hub recipe contest. In Japan, we held the Hub recipe contest aimed at developing space food using herbs. We believed that adding herbs which was grown on ISS as a spice can enhance the quality of life of astronaut in the unique environment of space. And many students submitted a recipe that are really easy to cook and improve the flavor of meals. The tasting event was held by the contest organizers, and the JAXA staff participated on it. The photo shown in this slide got some award in the recipe contest. So I would like to pass the Arakane-san.
Okay. Finally, I would like to touch a little bit about our newest program of Kibo-ABC. We call it Space Harvest. And Mahidol University and NSTDA from Thailand and One Giant Leap, Australia, and JAXA are discussing the possibility of the plant growth experiment using the lunar Martian regolith. And TASA Taiwan is joining. I guess possibly this will be 2 years and more project, and this is not real authorized yet. JAXA is studying the experiment conditions and the configurations about ISS, and most likely it will be with small container, 13 days of growth, and placed in cabin, just like we did in Asian Hub in Space. And these are some of the photos that we have done the ground testing, and we actually raised the several plants like sweet basil, lettuce, micro cucumber, and more with regolith, and comparing the rock wool, which is a standard medium, for this kind of experiment. And as you can see, although the plant in the regolith is pale and small compared with rock wool, but knowing the fact that moon regolith can grow plant is an important step to the road to Moon and Mars, I guess. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arakane and Kasparian, for the wonderful story and experience.
Okay, I think now it's time to learn more from the Thailand side. May I invite Dr. Namchai Chiwaviwat, Director of Media and Product Creation Division of NSTDA, to share Kibo-ABC activities in Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Dr. Namchai a big round of applause.
Thank you. May I have my slide, please? Okay, it's my pleasure to be here today, and thank you for all guests and participants. I will talk about the Kibo-ABC activities in Thailand under the controls of NSTDA. Okay, next slide, please. Next, please. Oh, I can draw. Okay, okay. Okay. We at NSTDA we have a long history relationship in space activities with JAXA. As you can see, that the first project, the parabolic flight, we start in we joined the program 2006. So this year is the 20 years anniversary for our cooperation, and parabolic flights for. Many of you know that what it is, but anyway, I will talk about it briefly. So normally the plane will go very sharply angles, and that will provide the golden time, about 20 seconds, that like wavelet, the space environments for experiment, and we have our students to propose some projects, scientific projects that will gain some knowledge during that time, during going up and down. And we do that for several years, 2006 to 2013. And that project is very fruitful, as I will show you next. The next program, SSAF 2011, the Space Seeds for Asian Future. This program for 2 years consecutively, and the next one is SAF, Space Seeds for Asian Future, another 2 years. Next, we join the ASIS, and then Asian Tri-Zero-G and Kibo RPC. All are still going on. And in 2022, we will welcome Mr. Takehiro Nakamura, the director of JAXA Bangkok office, and we work with him closely. Okay, go back to the parabolic flight in 2006 to 2013. The first time in Nagoya, Japan, we have student to join the parabolic flight in 2012, Ms. Vanida Setang. So she's very impressive for these activities, and as you see, she got the master degree from Japan in environmental science and technology, Kyoto University. Mongbukakucho. And now she's come back to Thailand as a researcher in biotech, NSTDA. So we have a very fruitful product from the project. And she also become our committee in this year's Asian Trilogy also. So contribute to the program. In Asian Trilogy 2022, two students from Thailand joined the final rounds. So one of them is Miss Jinna Vaivatana. So now she's studying at the Institute of Science, Tokyo. So we are so happy that our students who have, impressed by joining our program with JAXA and go to Japan to study. And show you here some statistics, number of Asian Trilogy proposal. As you can see, we participate every year, and the number is look like nearly exponential. And this year, activity during the committees select the proper proposals. So we hope we can have some that JAXA and other countries also agree to let us pass and go to do the experiment by the astronauts in the ISS in the Kibo module. So the number of the proposal is pretty high, as mentioned by others earlier, 232 proposals, a lot. Then the last year, the KRPC performed by astronauts of NASA, Janet F. And here's our team for the 5th Kibo Robot Programming Challenge in the final round in front of the Tsukuba Space Centers. And as we are lucky to get the first prize for the team astronaut Thailand. The group photos at the Royal Thai Embassy. The ambassador come to congratulate the students. And of course, we want to join more. The 6th robot, Kibo Robot Programming Challenge and AHIS. And before I finish my talks, go back to the 2006. Most of you maybe do not know the Dr. Swat. So he is a consultant of NSTDA at that time and introduced us, our team, to the JAXA. So he is very important for our relationship. And after him retire from NSTDA, Dr. Krisachai Somsaman, my colleagues, please show your hand, Dr. Krisachai. He is my colleague and my boss to do the program after Dr. Sawat. And now I take charge after him. So that's all we can do, we NSTDA can do for our very good collaboration, participation in space program. We wish we can do more in the future. Anyway, please help us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Namchai, for sharing the activities in Thailand site.
So now let's move on to the activities and competition organized in Thailand. May I invite Ms. Chichanok Chaichinchop, the head of Satellite Testing and Launch Preparation Division of GISTDA, to present about school satellite competition.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chichanok. I'm a head of Satellite Testing and Launch Preparation Division from GISTDA. And for today, I would like to present you about the school satellite competition that organized by GISTDA. I think this competition is the incredible opportunity of our students across Thailand that can engage the real world of the space technology for develop. And they have the experience for hands-on from develop on the satellite. Before we going to the school satellite, let me introduce about the space economy in Thailand. That at the moment, JISTDA active on capacity building, infrastructure, and also manufacturing. For the capacity building, JISTDA start from engineering training from TIOS 1, and then we continue as for TIOS 2 program in 2019 that we start to send our engineer to learn how to build the satellite and survey at the SSTL. And then for myself, I was the one who have joined in this program. And after that, when I back to Thailand, our team would like to share our knowledge to Thai students that we start our first program for technology transfer for Thai students that we call know-how transfer and training in 2022. And then we continue to start the program that we call School Satellite Program in 2023. We have the Thai students to join to build the satellite with JISTDA engineer. And then we have to, JISTDA have to prepare on the infrastructure for AIT National Assembly Integration and Test that we have for the testing machine that on about vibration testing, thermal cycling, and mass property. And in the other hand, we need to support for satellite manufacturing part that we dive to in-country manufacturing that we have the technology transfer to engage our Thai supplier can build some satellite part. At the moment, in Thai supplier, they have a knowledge to build on the satellite structure and for the power distribution module. And at the moment, we try to engage our Thai supplier to build on solar panel, flight software, and also communication system. For the school satellite program, for the school satellite competition that organized by JISTDA for empowering Thai students with a knowledge and skill need to develop on the space satellite technology. And the target participant is high school and undergraduate students across of Thailand. We will start our program on 2023. Our first school satellite that look like CanSat, and we use on the Raspberry Pi module that because when the student finish in this program and they can buy Raspberry Pi in the market and they can continue to build the satellite by themselves. And we was drop the satellite by drone, and the altitude is around 700 meters. And we also have ground station, and that the student can try to communicate and do the satellite health check with our ground station. The student who join in this program, they have the experience from start, from learn how to build the satellite, and they also have the experience to entry our test facility, AIT clean room, and they have the experience to see what the Thai engineer satellite do in one day, and they have to join us to learn and try to do some environment test. And then they go to the launch site and try to launch them school satellite, and also try to command by JISTDA ground station. After that, in this year, in 2024, that we will start our school satellite program for the second year. We moved from CanSat to 3U CubeSat. We start this program in July 2024, and we just finished and select the winner on this Monday. And for the objective for school satellite program 2024, that we need to train and develop the CubeSat framework to our students. The students have the chance to develop on a TU CubeSat, both in engineering model and also flight model. And they have the hands-on experience, work along with JISTDA engineer. And I hope this program can inspire and train the future space innovator, and for the student that they have the skill need for Thailand growth space industry. And this one I'm gonna show you as the competition process. the competition process that we start for for select the proposal that was submitted from our student. And in this year, we have 100 team for submit this proposal. And then we have select on the best 18 team for the first round, and then select the best 6 team for the second round. After that, the best 6 team in the second round have a chance to learn a basic QSAT development by online module that we have prepared for 12 module. And then we have the QSAT mission design workshop. Our student can have a chance, allow 4 or 5 days to join with GISTDA engineer and try to write down on the QSAT mission design. They can define all the objective, also the constraint, and they learn on the framework how to build the satellite, and also they have the hands-on experience to build on the engineering model, and also have the environment test at GISTDA facility. And after that, the last milestone, we have to select the best performance in each role, and then all of them need to join with GISTDA engineer to build a flight model. This one for the education benefit on the first round, for the first 18 team that they have the basic of satellite course, and they also have a chance to have the school satellite camp. Our GISTDA engineer train them about the QSAT framework and also the satellite application. And then the 18 team gonna be present their proposal, and then we select the best 6 team. And then on the best 6 team gonna join with GISTDA engineer to develop on the CubeSat model. And for the final round, we select on the top performance on each role to join with GISTDA engineer to build a flight model. This one is the lovely for the training module that I already explained. For this one, I'm gonna show you on the 3U CubeSat engineering model that we prepare for our participants. GISTDA have work along with a Thai company named EOS Orbit that who have the potential to build on the satellite module. And we gonna prepare on the 1.5U bus of the CubeSat, and then we have the free space 1.5U that's available for the participants. When they finish on this camp, they can have a chance to develop and design their own payload by themselves, and then they can come back to GISTDA and then do some environment test with GISTDA. This one I'm gonna show you on our camp that our students have the hands-on experience. They have the hands-on experience to try to do a functional test at the module level, and then they have a chance to try to assembly and integration a CubeSat and try to do the system end-to-end of the CubeSat, and also join with GISTDA engineer to do the environment test for vibration and for thermal sighting test. And for the final round, the participant, last 6 team gonna present on the CubeSat development and also the proposal that they have to prepare on that start from the submit on the proposal, and then they have some knowledge during the camp, and then they need to improve the proposal for nearly for the technical skill that can produce the CubeSat. And then we have the winner of the school satellite for the 5 base role that we have for flight software, IF engineer, system and structure, and also electronic engineer, and 5 of them that come from the different team, and they're gonna join with GISTDA engineer to do a flight model. For the conclusion for the school satellite, that we hope for the short term, I think for the school satellite that that can have train the new GISTDA engineer who can have the experience on the satellite, and the GISTDA and the new GISTDA engineer will work along with a senior GISTDA engineer. And then for the student that we think that we can development of the human resource in the space technology, that we can prepare on the undergraduate student to work as the satellite engineer in the future. And at the moment we have one participant that she have joy on school satellite competition in 2023, and at the moment she returned as a GISTDA engineer when she was graduate. And for the long term, that we hopefully that we can create some the leader and the expert in the space industry. We hope that we can establish on the satellite development course in the university that can prepare for the next generation for the long term of a satellite engineer. And for the last slide, I'm gonna show you on the satellite training course that from GISTDA Training Center. At the moment, we got 2 courses about the satellite. Firstly, for small satellite and ground system development. At the moment is the 6th generation. We already trained this course in 3 years, and we still open 2 times for a year. And the new course that we have launched is a CubeSat development course, and we plan to launch this course 2 times for a year to share the knowledge how to build the satellite for Thailand students. And thank you very much for today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chichano, for your presentation. So now we're gonna have a short time of coffee break, and the snack and the drink are in front of the room, and then we're gonna get back to this room around 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, we're coming back to Kibo Utilization Workshop. So in the next session, we will hear more about the very inspiring program and also the competition for space science in Thailand. In the first session, so may I invite Mr. Suvit Paunariang from National Science Museum to deliver information from about the CanSat-Rocket Thailand competition 2024. Everyone, let's give Mr. Suvat a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Suvit from the National Science Museum. I'm director of the Office of Outreach and Community Engagement. And today I'm going to present regarding the Thailand CanSat-Rocket competition that is about making a small satellite and a paper tube rocket. And before I begin talking about the competition, I would like to introduce myself first. My particular responsibility at work are organize and manage to science outreach program, regional science museum, and science-related competition for both national and international. All of the activity aim to promote, encourage, and inspire children and general public to learn and experience science with enjoyment. This is the landmark of my workplace. Is a cube building. Is a first of science museum in the Pathum Thani province. This is the area of the main campus of the National Science Museum. There are 5 museums in the same area. The first picture is the Ramanai Museum, the Museum of Ecosystem. The second one is the red one is the Science Museum. There are 6 floors. The third museum is the National History Museum. And the next purpose museum is the IT Museum. And the new brand museum is the Futurium. We decided to open this year. In addition, I assign competition is one of the platform of make NSM complete to mission or what NSM focus on. the competition, I would like to talk about the Thailand CanSat-Rocket competition. Is to inspire high school students to learn space science education and hopefully to propose career in space science and technology industry in the future. The timeline, the original idea from the CanSat competition is from Asia Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum or APRSA. And then the first Thailand CanSat competition was established in 2017, organized by NSM Thailand with collaboration with NSTDA, Dr. Kisachai, GISTDA, and Thai Royal Air Force, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency or JAXA. In 2018, we have opportunity for the winner to visit the road CanSat in Russia. And next year, 2019, NSM Thailand as main organizer of CanSat competition in collaboration with the Defense Technology Institute or DTI upgrade to competition to the Thailand CanSat-Rocket competition, which put the CanSat into the rocket and sent up in the air like a real satellite. And 2020 to 2021, we changed to online because of COVID-19 pandemic situation. And 2022, we back to on-site to competition. And there are more than 200 teams interested to applying to join the competition annually. And this is the now we promote the Thailand CanSat-Rocket for the school to apply the submission, the CanSat-Rocket project proposal, and have final competition in May. In process of the competition, begin by open the application. Student who would like to attach have to send the project proposal as application. Then the judge would select the 20 projects with most possibility and interesting idea as the finalist. And the 20 qualified team must complete the CanSat-Rocket and bring it to the final round. And the judge will make decision based on the criteria of each award. And the grand award is the Thailand CanSat-Rocket Award. In the camp, there are 4 days. The first day, the student will prepare their CanSat satellite and rocket to ready for launching and pitching their mission operating plan with the judges. On the second day, the student travel to the testing ground and launch the CanSat rocket as their plan, collecting data and summarize the project result. Day 3. Day 3 is a free day. Student will spend time on project summary and preparing for presentation on the next day. The 4th day is the last day, is the final day of the competition. Student will present their project result to the judge again. Then the judge will select the winner based on the judge criteria. Sorry, there are interesting projects from the award team is a year. For example, the first team is AEA from Assumption School. Mission highlight is to collect physical data on various factors that influence the cultivation of crops in the atmosphere to help farmers produce higher quality and quantity agriculture product. The second team is Himitsukichi from Assumption School again. Mission highlight there are two CanSat, the main unit and subunit communicate and back up data with each other, and the camera in both CanSat collect image to create aerial photographic maps. And the third team is third time the charm from Prince Julaporn Science School, Nakhon Si Thammarat. Mission highlight is to bring an egg in air with CanSat-Rocket, come back to one piece of using fungal mycelium as a shock absorption. An award ceremony was held on the last day after the presentation will complete. The winner have had a chance to visit the high-profile agency in space technology in abroad and experience in activity about innovation and technology. The first picture is the champion of the competition has joined the Rod CanSat from Roscosmos in Russia. The second one is meet the real satellite engineer in GISTDA, Srilacha, Chonburi. And the third one is the innovation and technology camp by CAS. CAS is a China Association of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology of China. This is a public relation for to promote the student has been published in various mass media channels. And it is the sum of our outstanding to the competitor. They are some of our competitors who have been inspired and continue studying in space science technology. Some of them has revisited the NSM to be competition staff later on. And this is the way from Srinakharin Virod University team have helped us collect and survey data from students in competition. The survey results are certified and enough to believe that the competition can inspire the students who participate in the activity very well. And it is our sponsor, like our Thai Royal Air Force, NSTDA, GISTDA, DTI, NIA, HANA, Dell, IMEC, UNISEC, and Seagate. The last is not least, I would like to show you the VTR of the competition, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suvit, for about sharing us the inspiring competition.
And for the next speaker, may I invite Dr. Matipon Tang Matitam from National Astronomical Research Institute of Thailand to talk about the Space Use Challenge 2024.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So like this, I'm from the National Astronomical Research Institute of Thailand, and also I'm the director of a International Training Center in Astronomy under the auspices of UNESCO or ITCA. I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself first. So you're familiar with this location, and these are my two kids. Actually, I spent a year living 3 kilometers from this location. I live in Higashigarai for quite a while. And my kids right now are still in Tsukuba right now. They live across the Expo Center. Demo, Nihongo wa zenzen wakarimasen. I don't speak Japanese, unfortunately. So let me ask you this question. So did you remember what was your first lesson in physics? Did you take physics class? What was the first thing that you learned? Okay, I remember my first lesson really well, and it goes something like this: vectors. Maybe you have a similar experience. And I remember this really well is because the first time I heard about this thing, I go into a high school, I started learning about vectors, and I raised my hand and asked my teacher a question: what's it all for? And my teacher gave me a really straightforward answer: don't ask. Stop asking. Just listen. And from that moment on, I decided I don't like physics. And I spent most of my high school years, I like telling myself, I hate physics. I don't like physics because I don't know what it's for. I can't connect to it. I don't relate to it. Well, it took me a while until universities before I realized actually I don't really hate physics. I just hate the way it's taught. And now I'm a physicist. So this is a common problem for a lot of schools. And this is because the way we teach class, it goes completely opposite of how we do things like how we launch a rocket. So you think about it in class, the way we launch a real space mission is very real world problems. It's very different from the way it's taught in class. First of all, real world problems, they are messy. They're not structured. Don't have a clearly defined direction to go. That involves a lot of trials and error. You don't always know what to do. In class, you always expect to get the right answer, right? And you don't always gonna know what are we gonna need. In class, you ask the teacher, is this gonna be on the test? And when you want to be a space engineer, like you can't ask like, oh, am I gonna need this to build my rocket? We don't always know what we're gonna need. We're just gonna need as much as we can. And there isn't always a single solution. In class, you always expect to provide one single correct answer for your answer sheets. But in real world, it doesn't always have one. Sometimes there are multiple solutions. Sometimes it doesn't even have a solution. You might spend a long time realizing actually this problem is unsolvable, and then you have to go back to the drawing board. And real world is very, very complicated, unlike what this class structure is into. So if students were to rely on their impression in the classroom to decide what career choice they want to make, maybe a lot of you like me, thinking they don't like physics because that's not the correct representation. So this is kind of one of the main inspirations for this project, Space Use Challenge. We have multiple goals that we'd like to achieve. So one of the things we want to do is, as Thailand, we're trying to launch a space program. We're trying to, my job is in the public outreach, raising awareness. So I want to tell people that going space is really hard. People don't really realize how hard it is. What's the best way to realize? We'll get them to try it for themselves. And we want to teach kids maybe a thing or two about orbital mechanics, and maybe they can teach their adults, and their adults may be like, oh, actually, it is pretty hard. It's actually amazing that our country, Thailand, is doing this. And we want kids to bring outside the classroom and see how the real application in a classroom can be used. Because, you know, vectors might not be interesting, but if you're trying to launch a spacecraft, you're trying to like zero out the velocity, you're trying out figure delta V, you need to learn, you need to see how it plays together in actions. And we want to get them to explore, imagine how they want to do things, not just structured in the way in the classroom. And we want them to maybe perhaps work together as a team. And as a bonus, like we wanted them to be able to do some maybe video editing and presentation skills. It's probably going to be more useful than any skills they learn in high school. And then maybe it gets to do some self-discovery. We don't have a lot of that. In Japan, there's a lot of opportunity for club activities. In Thailand, it's strictly focused in academics, and we would like to do a bit of change in that. And as a side bonus, we want to give an impression that playing games can be fun too. There's a lot of taboo in Thailand that games is you're wasting time, you're just spending your high school year playing games. We want to tell them that's not always the case. Some games can be cool, can be fun, can be educational, and can teach you, can learn you something, a lot of things that classroom cannot tell you. So we do to fulfill these goals. The game we choose to do with is called Kerbal Space Program. Some of you might be familiar with this, some of you might not, but in this game, it's a physics-based simulation game, and you're controlling these alien, green alien creatures, and they're trying to build a space program. So the way the game goes is you put together parts. Each of the parts will have determined characteristic. How much of the weight is it? Does it have fuel? Does it have oxidizer? And what is the aerodynamic profiles? And you can combine them together. And each piece you added more weight, which needs more fuel. But then you need bigger rockets, and you can tweak. You can put it all together, and then you can fly the mission yourself. And if you want to say, for example, you want to build a International Space Station with a Kibo model, you have to fly each of these pieces yourself, and you have to do the Hohmann transfer, and you have to do the orbital delta V orbital correction. You have to do the burn. You have to calculate the burn, and you have to zero the velocity. And if you overshot, of course, you're going to miss it, and you're going to waste burning fuel and spend more time with fuel. And you know, over time goes, you might find something that doesn't go always as wrong. You build a spacecraft and realize it. How come it doesn't work anymore? Oh, it runs out of battery because it's been in the shadow shade for too long. Oh, it's now on the other side of the moon. It can't connect with the Earth, and because it's a robot, you can't control it, and you're gonna find a lot of things wrong. And of course, plenty of things go wrong with this game. You're gonna find that when you build rockets, it blows up a lot. It tends to blow up a lot spectacularly sometime, and then you go back to the drawing board. Okay, what did I do wrong? And then you go back. Okay, I forgot to take into account that as the weight decreases, the center of mass shifts, and now the rocket is now unstable. So I need to fix that. So this is the game that we choose to play with, and this is the idea behind the Space Youth Challenge. And we actually had a competition together, and we have like an award. The total awards is about 100,000 baht each time, which is about roughly 300,000 yen. And the rules of a competition is very simple. There's no rules, really. If you can imagine it and if you can fly it, then we'll take it. We don't tell them go to the moon. We don't tell them go to the Luna or the Mars in this game. We don't tell them to go to a certain place. We don't set them objective. They set the objective. They decide what they want to do with their mission. And then they just have to fly it. And at the end of the competition, they just need to explain that to the viewer, what is your mission like in a 6-minute YouTube video. So they get to be a YouTuber, do a let's play. And that's it. So basically they play the mission, and then they basically create the video, like when you see a NASA mission, you create a summary mission of the video explaining what they're doing, why they're doing, and how they're doing it. And the timeline of the competition goes, so we start accepting applications, and we're in contact with the game company, and they actually gave us plenty of free keys. And we were able to, if they apply, we can give the students free keys, so they don't need to spend any money. And then as soon as they apply, they can receive their free keys. Each team, we get a team of up to 5, but it's not mandatory that need to be a team. Some people submit as one themselves. Some people have 2. A lot of teams end up having 5 members on their team, and then they can free to manage however they want. And this is all hands off. They don't have to come together with us. We just hand them the key online via email, and then they just play, experiment, test it out. And then at the end of around mid of July, they just need to submit a 6-minute video showing how their mission goes. And then we have a finalist selection. We select 10 teams from all these submissions, and then all the 10 teams present the same work again on a live stage with a Q&A from a member. Actually, we have some of the committee's member panels in this room right here. So we've had 3 versions. We've had this competition 3 times. Once in 2021, 2022, and 2024. We have about 100 teams each time, which is actually more popular than we imagined it to be. But we got quite a bit of not all the teams. You can look at the numbers. Not all the teams eventually ended up with the submissions. Some of them found out the hard way that it's actually a lot harder than they thought, and a lot of them still managed to take it out to keep it going. Now, to give you an idea what it's like, I wanted to show you a really short clip of the 10 finalists of one of the years. See that each mission is completely different. Some of them, choose to land on Mars and over. Some of them might have been to the planet. All have by their mind. Remember, they have all these parts together. They have to buy it. They're big parachute, liable to all it. Some of them they get a helicopter. A lot of where you can see that all the spacecraft look nothing like each other because we explained it. We want them to explore this, and okay, just to show you like the creative side of things, how things can really get. So we want them to really explore their creativity. So we don't have a fixed format of what the video should be, and we just ask them to explore. And this is one of the really impressive video I'd like to show you. Okay, bye. Oh. Let's skip a little bit. So of course, we don't judge these part of the competition, but they're included anyway. It's really fun. It shows the creative side. And this is a student explaining how they learned the game. They thought it's going to be, how hard could it be, right? It's how they explain how difficult it is. So yeah, that's pretty cool. You can see all these videos online. We have a YouTube channel called Space U Challenge, and you can see there are 136 videos total right now of all the 3 years together. And we actually built quite a bit of subscribers too. Now, so after the end of the feedbacks, we look at the feedback, and more than 80% of the competitors think that this competition helped improve their understanding of rockets video editing, and they learn a lot of new concepts. What are delta V's? What are center of mass? What are a lot of really what are like adjustment burns? What are Hohmann transfer? Which they would never learn otherwise from in schools. 91% admits that trial error is a big part of the learning process, and this is not something that happens in schools. In schools, you don't really think trial and error is a big part of learning, and one of the things that they say is something that they seek a lot of help with is actually just the game feature, because the game is very complicated. The next thing is the physics. So actually, they get to quite comfortable with the physics because the physics is not that complicated. It's just making it work. It's really, really complicated. And okay, so 90% of them insist that it works better as a team, which is surprising for us because it's a single player game. You can only play one person at a time, and when you give them the key, we only give them one key, and you just sit on behind their friend, watching their friend play. So it's not a multiplayer game, but still they prefer to work as a team together. And most of the team, they settle some kind of division of labor. Usually one person have assigned role, but each team is very different how they work together. And more than half of them rated fun at the maximum level, which is really nice. And just to leave you one of the most important feedback that I received, I like to give in the word of the same guy who made the video you saw earlier, the crazy. And he said that in his words, I would never imagine that from a junior high school student applying for a game competition for fun, I would have found interest in physics and would eventually become engineering students, winning top proposal at CERN and currently applying for internships here. I, for one, would like to attest that I am direct product of Space Youth Challenge and would never have made where I am today without it. And by far, that is the best reassuring thing we've ever heard. So that's it for the competition. I'd like to thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Matipon, for your wonderful and inspiring presentation.
Thank you very much. And now let's move on to the next speaker. May I invite Dr. Kritchai Somsaman, Center Director, Southeast Asian, Minister of Education Organization, Regional Center for STEM Education, to present about integrating space technology into STEM classroom, a pathway to future skills development. Let's give a warm welcome reception to Dr. Kritchai.
Ohayo gozaimasu and good morning. Well, it's a good opportunity and I'm very glad to be back into the space community after leaving NSTDA in 2017. Like Dr. Namchai mentioned earlier, that I was the founding member of Kibo-ABC since 2012. But I left NSTDA then in 2017 to join our international community of ASEAN in Jakarta. And then came back to Thailand a few years ago to join CMEO. Can you share my slide? Here. Let me introduce you with CMEO. CMEO is intergovernmental organizations. It stands for Southeast Asia Minister of Education Organization, which is CMEO. It's the agency, like a think tank for Minister of Education of 11 countries, 10 of the ASEAN, and then the move next. Okay, yep, 10 of the ASEAN and plus Timor-Leste. Okay. CMEO is similar to UNESCO in terms of we are covering education, science, and culture in the region. But UNESCO covering all the country in the world, but CMEO covering regional of 11 countries. We are similar to ASEAN, but we are not part of the ASEAN. We are work on the level of Minister of Education. So mostly we are provide policy recommendation for Minister of Education. And CMEO operate by having specialized center spreading across Southeast Asia. We have 26 specialized centers in many countries in Southeast Asia, in most countries in Southeast Asia. And my center, it's specialized in STEM education. But our headquarters is in Bangkok, Thailand. But our work covers all the 11 countries. So our mandate is to develop STEM education, to imprint STEM education in curriculum, to develop STEM education in all the 11 countries. Well, how can we do that? And what is related to space technology? Well, back in APR-SAF 30 in Perth, I was on the stage with Satoshi-san, the astronaut, telling everyone there that our mandate right now is we try to put space in formal curriculum, space education, space technology, by combining it with STEM education. So by STEM education, you all know STEM education, and just like Dr. Nitipon, right? Oh, sorry, Nitipon mentioned earlier with his physics experience, we know that students struggle with the physics. So we want to do something which make life of the student easier and connect to the real world application easier for the student. So we work by using project-based learning. We try to encourage the development of project-based learning from K to 12, which means from kindergarten up to grade 12. This is our coverage area and also the TVET, the technical and vocational school as well. A very simple thing that we work with kids. So this is the work that I had just hosted this weekend. It's called Make a Jam. We provide students with hands-on experience. You can see that roughly 200 students are working on the project of building simple cardboard. But they're not building by themselves. They're working there with their family. So they encourage the kids. The kids encourage their parents to help with their learning. That means learning is not just only student, but learning involves the whole ecosystem. There's a Chinese proverb that's saying that it takes a village to raise a child. That means we cannot teach the student in school. We need to teach the parent. We need to involve the industry. And we need to involve the government. That's the most important. And the way that CBO STEM Ed is coming in, we try to look at different approach of education and provide recommendation what is the best way to implement STEM education in each environment. Each country is different, so we need to study the country as well. For example, Malaysia is going to change the regulation of education in 2026. We look at this first of how the changes happen in Malaysia. What will happen in Vietnam? What will happen in Cambodia? How we are encourage the regulation in Timor-Leste, or even Singapore. We look at every country in the Southeast Asia, and we try to see how we can encourage the development of STEM education. We also study. Well, this is something which we are part of that, but we are not totally part of that. We study the work of the private organization as well. Starlight Education in Australia also conduct different workshops on the space education across Southeast Asia. So we collaborate with Starlight and learn from them of the approach that they are implementing STEM education on using space in Southeast Asia. So we learn from every aspect of the community in space education, and we develop the policy. And the other thing is, our question is, how can we make it sustainable? Because we see that a lot of activities of space education is extracurriculum. So, well, the Ministry of Education doesn't know anything about it. Mostly, that's what I say. Ministry of Education doesn't know what happened because activities usually hosted by our space agency, of which belong to Minister of Science or Minister of Research in every country. So Minister of Education doesn't know anything. So we collect the information. We try to develop recommendation, policy recommendation, and also material that Ministry of Education can utilize in the formal curriculum from K to 12. So that way we can make it more sustainable. But we are not saying that we're using only space education. We utilize every domain that we are seeing that it would fit with the development of the student in terms of develop their STEM capabilities, the capacity. So for example, we look at the resource material, the learning module. This is for grade 11 from Western Australia. They provided activities for STEM education with its problem-based learning. The activity include research, investigation, imagine creativity, and evaluation of the workshop that contained in this. You can see that the way that the Australian government has been doing it, they analyze the content and provide the mapping of what kind of learning material, what kind of concepts in each unit of learning in each grade. So which mathematics has been using for this project, which physics, which chemistry or technology has been using. So we need to look in each country of in the curriculum, how we can map each of the knowledge part into the curriculum. In that way, we can integrate our STEM learning, even space or AI or robots, into the formal curriculum. The government can accept that and provide the curriculum, provide the resource to map that fit with their curriculum. So that's what we are trying to do. We are not saying that we are successful in doing this, but because we have learned from our past experience on conducting a lot of activities, which probably we know that it has a strong impact on the student, but how can we make further stronger impact and long-lasting impact to every country in the region? So that's the part that Simeo STEM is coming in. We try to we working in the level of a policymaker to ensure that they understand the need that the future would be, and then we support them with all the material, all the collaboration that is needed, and also activities, and we try to link the government, the Ministry of Education, with all the agency which is relevant to STEM education. And I'm very glad that this provides the opportunity for me to come back with the space community to ensure that I can learn more from all the participants today, and then I can see the update of what happened in the space education and try to link this back to the Minister of Education of 11 member countries. So I'll leave my presentation at this moment, and we can talk further during the break, or we can keep continuing our discussion and our collaboration further. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krista Chai, for letting us know about this information and the inspiring program in Thailand.
And for our next speaker, may I invite Dr. Pongsathorn Sai Sucharit, King Mongkut University of Technology, North Bangkok, to present about the KMUTNB Academic Challenge of Knowledge Satellites.
Okay. Safe. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Pongsathorn Sai Sucharit from King Mongkut University of Technology, North Bangkok, or KMUTNB. Today, I would like to give a presentation about our 3U CubeSat satellite called NextSat-2. It's a multi-payload CubeSat platform. So in the past, over past 10 years in Thailand, we have only a couple of CubeSat launched into space. So in the past, we have once launched one new CubeSat in 7 years ago, and we found out that even CubeSat, for an organization, a university, it's really hard to launch a CubeSat into space because of the cost to develop a CubeSat. So we came up with an idea that we can share our satellite. So we use the same bus, common bus, and we can have several payload and go together into space so we can share the cost. So this is the concept that we came up several years ago. And we have one bus, one satellite bus platform, and we have a multi-payload. And another thing we found out that some university or some organization, they don't want to build a satellite. They just want to send something to space. What they want is result. So their objective is not to develop subsystems. So that's why our university, we are focusing on design and develop CubeSat bus. So we will provide the common bus for them. So they can, the researchers or another organization or even school, they can focus on what they want to do in space or payload. So actually, my original idea come from Songtel. You already may know about our local bus in Thailand that we can share the cost for traveling. So it's cheap for us to go to the same place. So I derived the idea from Songtel, and then we make a CubeSat bus. So actually our CubeSat platform can carry up to 10 payloads into space. And 2 or 4 years ago, we announced that we're going to have this platform collaborating with Japanese university or QTech. And we have 7 collaborators, one from Kosen, a pre-engineering school. And the second is a researcher group of rail system. And the third is from NARIT, National Astronomical Research Institute of Thailand, and 2 universities from overseas, from 1 university from Malaysia and 1 university from Philippines. And the last is company. It's a corporate telecom in Thailand, AIS. So 7 payload will be carried by our JAXA 2 platform. So actually, we already finished our flight model more than 1 year ago, but we have struggling with licensing with ITU. So, but finally, we already finished, already licensed by ITU APIB. So now we are ready to launch, and we were announced, we were informed from coordinator from JAXA that we will go with JCube program with the next Q3 in this year. So I would like to give some information about our payload. Before that, the platform itself is collaboration between 3 parties, one from King Mongkut University and QTech, and our spin-off company, NB Space. So we designed this satellite platform together, and then NB Space company will fabricate the platform for us. And then we will send our satellite to QTech in Kyushu, in Fukuoka, to do to environment testing, and then will be launched from ISS. So this is the procedure. So this is the picture that we have performed environment testing at Kyushu University. We have some students from Thailand in Kyushu Institute of Technology. actually we have double degree program in space engineering with QTech. So almost every year we send a couple of students to study about space system in QTech. So they help us locally in Japan, in Fukuoka, to conduct our environment testing. So this is the final flying model. So we actually it's 2 years ago we hand over to QTech and waiting for launching. So in our payloads, this is one of our payload developed by AIS company. It's the biggest tele company in Thailand. So their engineer and our lab, we designed the IoT device together. So they have two versions put together in our satellite. One is we call it, it's a nickname, Postman. Is store and forward payload, and the second is chef payload. It means you can cook something in space. So the Postman payload, you receive the data from IoT and you send what you get from ground. So just store and forward. But the second payload is chef. It means AIS engineers from ground can reprogram on the orbit to do some experiment they want to do. We put an Raspberry Pi on the IoT payload so they can modify, reprogram, and do some experiment they want to do in the future. The second is we have a request from the Department of Rail Transport in Thailand, working with researcher group of the rail system. They want to put a repeater system, APR pocket, excuse me, packet reporting system for rail system in Thailand. So it's a little bit weird to introduce this kind of problem because in Thailand we still have a diesel power rail system, and it's very old. It's over 100 years. So it has a lot of problems. They are not electrical. So one thing is we do not know where the train is because we don't have the sensors to detect or to report the position and the velocity of the train bogie. So there's a lot of train around Thailand from north to south. So this is the problem. And most of the time, they got delayed. Besides, they also have some accident in the remote area, and we cannot know what happens from the command center. So they came to us and asked that they want some method to detect the position and the velocity of the train. At the first time, I asked them that why they do not put the sensors on the rail, and you can detect it when and where the train passed. And then they told us that they already done this before, and all of the ground sensors has been stolen. So they want contactless sensors or contactless system that can monitor their train. So they come up with the packet reporting system. So we developed with the researcher of the rail system in Thailand. So we have gateway station, and we have tracker module, and we have digipeater module to put in the satellite. this is the day we go to demonstrate with them. This is the diesel train and has no system to detect where they are and what the speed there is. So we help them and track the train, and we also have some functions in the monitor at the cockpit. So when the train get accident in the remote area, they can access to the satellite by sending short message. So from the satellite, we can repeat the message from the satellite to the ground station. So the command center in Bangkok will know that, oh, this train, this bogie has get accident where and when. So they can rearrange the dial, and so can send some supporting team to get to help them. So that's what we have done, and this is we do the experiment on ground, but from the satellite we will demonstrate it after the NextSat-2 launch into the orbit. So this is the concept that we planning to do. But in the future, we're still using. Actually, we have collaborating with the amateur radio community. So we're still using ham radio, but in the future, we cannot use this kind of thing in ham band. So we have, if this has some feasibility to use this kind of system, we can choose other licensed radio band for the purpose. So this is the route that the rail system we have right now. So one satellite can cover all over Thailand one time satellite pass. So it's a very convenient. So most of the time when they pass the city, they can send it to the gateway that's around the city. It's no problem. But when the satellite get into for example, the northern area, from the northern area, there's a lot of mountains, so there's no signal from cellular sites or from internet. So the only way they can contact is the satellite. So we want to use this system just for backup system. Okay, this is of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pongsathorn, so much for the informative presentation.
Thank you very much. But before we are going to have a lunch, we have one speaker left. Let's explore more on how space and media can impact in Thailand. May I invite Mr. Nattanon Duangsongneum, the co-founder of Space Co Thailand, to the stage. Please give Mr. Nattanon a big round of applause.
Yeah, okay, finally. That was 2 minutes. Literally 2 minutes. Okay. So my name is Nattanon Duangsongneum. I'm a co-founder and editor-in-chief of SpaceBD. And again, good morning. So today my topic is about exploring space media impact in Thailand. And I have a little text here that seriously, and we're gonna see why I put it here. Okay, so first we're gonna have a little introduction on who I am and what do I do? And then we're gonna go talk about what's the space media and why space media is so important. And also what I learned from the spacefaring nations and working with them. And also we're gonna have a little report on space media in Thailand situation. And then we're gonna go to the suggestion on what could we do to improve the next step of Thai space media. Okay, first of all, we all have this picture here taking in front of the H2 rocket. in JAXA Tsukuba Space Center. My name is Nathanon again. I'm a co-founder and editor-in-chief of SpaceTH.co. So what I do on a daily basis is I'm a space journalist. I do space content. I write things about space. I make video and I create content about space. And this is what we normally do at SpaceTH. We do some really informative articles, some podcasts there. You can see the star stuff. That's the cover of the podcast. And sometimes we do fun things, fun videos. Like we explore the possibility. We explore space mission. We explore like lots of things. And sometimes we do a really deep inside content. That's the videos of me standing before the most famous clock in the world. That's the NASA clock at the NASA Kennedy Space Center where they launched the rocket. And I was there inside the Jet Propulsion Laboratory clean room where they communicate with the Mars rover, the Perseverance rover, the Mars orbiter, like all kind of stuff. That is me. Interview with this is Victor Glover. He's a captain of the Artemis 2 mission that will go orbiting the moon next year. So yeah, that's a fun things to do. But yeah, this is some of my example of what we do at SpaceTH. We do a really deep inside content. This one is about the spacecraft called Neo Surveyor, which is the asteroid surveillance satellite. Yeah. And this is our Facebook page. This is called SpaceTH. Yeah, we have like around 300 followers. 300,000 followers. Yeah, 300 followers. That would be like not that good, right? And yeah, this is an example of our YouTube video. So we have YouTube. We have around 100,000 followers, and each video got like a few 10,000 watch, and some video get like millions of views. So yeah, and as I said, it's a fun job to do. It's a really fun thing to do. You get to explore so many stuff out there in the world. But yeah, this is a picture of Falcon Heavy rocket being launched to space. This picture has been taken by myself on top of the NASA vehicle assembly building. So it was fun. And yeah, these are all the fun part of doing all the space journalism. Yeah, you can see how happy I am right there. But we also do some community service as well. You can see that pictures again in front of the H2 rocket. That one is from last year. The competition. What's it called? Yeah. Asian Tri-Zero-G, yeah, because you have done so many activity, I cannot remember all the name. That one is from Asian Tri-Zero-G, and this one on the right is from the Kibo Robot Programming Challenge. Yeah, you can see I was with them all the activities. In fact, we were with you since the Asian Hub in Space program and also the first Kibo Robot Programming Challenge. So yeah, it was not that long, but I am very happy working with all the good people at NSTDA and JAXA. So yeah, it was fun. And sometimes at SpaceTH, we not only do things that normal space media do, sometimes we send things up to space as well. So this one is like an art and experimental payload. This one is called Message. It went up to space in 2020 about the New Glenn Blue Origin New Shepard rocket. Sorry, but all this fun start when me and my colleague he's Gontong Viriyasavetakun. He's the co-founder of SpaceTH. We co-founded SpaceTH since 2017, so it's like 8 years ago already. Yeah, it was quite fun. So the reason why we do space media here in Thailand is just because just do it. Like we really want to do it, so we could not wait for anyone else to do it. So just do it. But yeah, that's the end of the fun part. And now let's go. Yeah, just do it. Now let's go to the serious part. I'm gonna talk a little bit about what is space media and why do we need to have them. So all of this can be considered space media. You can see we have like famous book, the New York Times bestseller, Carl Sagan Cosmonaut. We have movies, Fly Me to the Moon. It was fun. If you haven't watched it, I really recommend you to watch this movie from Apple. And we have like YouTube's video. We have all cool images. These all can be considered space media. And the origin of space media has started since a long time ago. And you can see this one is from the Apollo era. This one is from now, right? But this one was from the Apollo era. We have the New York Times saying men walk on moon. We have all the live. We have this one is from 2001 Space Odyssey, and we have all the Star Trek and stuff. Well, space media has been playing role in contributing to space industry for long, and we do really need them. You know, in Japan, we have like lots of this going on. Like you have Dr. Stone. This is my favorite right now. And, you know, we have all the anime, all the manga about space. So this is a really crucial role in making a great contribution to space industry. Why? Because we really want to bridge the gap between people and space. I will explain this later. And also we have something like video game. This can be also called space media as well, just like what Dr. Matipon has presented earlier. Well, I would say the meaning of space media. So media is come from the term medium, right? Medium is like being a bridge to the gap of something, being a things in between two things. So space media is the things that you connect space to people. That's my easy definition of what space media is and why do we need it. So well, you may see that I have been working a lot with all the spacefaring nations, like the Japan, like the US. The next part, I'm gonna share what I learned from working with them and what I see from working with them. So this is images from the screen capture when SpaceX tests the Starship rocket. You can see the top left is the official Facebook Live. So that one is from SpaceX, but the second one, the third one, the fourth one, and you know the rest of it, it's community-based content. So in the US, they have like a very strong space media community. They do things that you could not imagine that not official media, like a fan-based community can do it. They have like a very serious content live feed of the test. So it's kind of impressive. And this is what I learned from them. So when the first time I worked with people at NASA, I got to see like all this community coming together, and it was fun. They're not just a normal journalist. They are so passionate. They are so into what they are about to do. And sometimes you can see like they are doing a really in-depth, in detail content. They do the animation, they do like all of this stuff. Then they just write things. They're not just making videos, but they really deep down into what they are doing. Like this one, this is the animation of what is going on inside the NASA vehicle assembly building, and they do all the visualization so people can understand. And even this guy, his name is Scott Manley. This guy is being famous from playing a Kerbal Space Program video game online, but now he's a rocket scientist. He teaches people how to build a real rocket on the internet. He teaches people how to launch rocket to space. He analyzed all the design, all the detail about the real space mission. So he's very serious about doing the space media. And this one is obviously from Japan. This is what we call VTuber. Yeah, I saw some of you like smile. So this is very famous. This is Clea Sui. She's a VTuber. So every time they have a rocket launch, she will do all the live, all the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and commenting the launch. So this is wow. This is very cool. So I think the key of doing space media, not only in Thailand but all around the globe, is to be very serious about it. Like, I mean, this is a real key. And how about in Thailand? How we being serious about making space media here? And I think the agency are doing quite good on making space media. We have GISTDA over there. We have NARITS, and we have all those space agency here trying to do a very good content, which is quite good, which is kind of impressive here. And then what I can see in the past few years is we can see like all the mainstream media doing space content, and they are doing quite well. Like this one, I know this guy. He is a reporter. He's a journalist at Thai PBS, and he is doing a really good deep space content. He exploring into all the stuff. He reads scientific paper, and this is what's going on in Thailand, which is quite impressive. You cannot see this in like past 10 years ago. You cannot see something like this, but this is what's going on right now here in Thailand. And you can see this is called TNN, another media outlet. They're doing quite a lot of space content here, which is quite impressive. And you can see all this stuff is, it's streaming to Thai people every day, so it's kind of cool, right? And sometimes this one is the scientific article inside Thai PBS, which is like an NHK for Thailand. I would say that this article has been written by a colleague of mine at SpaceTH. Yeah, sometimes we do the content service for this company as well. So this one is not space related, but he wrote about how to use the auto brake system on an airplane, the Boeing 737, which is seriously, why would you tell people how to use the auto brake on the aircraft? And my colleague just said, well, I don't know, but maybe some people want to know about it. Yeah, that's the point of, you have to be very seriously, and you wouldn't know you will get an audience or not, but you will always get an audience. There will be people really want to know about what you're about to write. So just keep being seriously. And yeah, we also have like this Facebook page, Manut Avakat. Yeah, the admin is sitting back there in the yeah. We have like lots of things. And yeah, as I did mention Gon Thong, he's a colleague of mine. We co-found SpaceTH together. Right now, he's a very famous YouTuber, like a very famous influencer. He do all this content, and also with the Standard, which is maybe I could say the #1 online media in Thailand. So he works a lot. And not only SpaceTH, right now you can see that high school student, university student try to create more space media here in Thailand, try to create more space publisher in Thailand here as well. Like this one, Space Time just co-founded last year, and it's they are doing quite good. And we can see in Thailand just last year, a friend of mine helped collaborate with the Netflix to create a series called Tomorrow. And this one not only focus about space, but the entire sci-fi world. They create the entire sci-fi world to tell what's it like to be in Thailand for maybe 100 years from now. And space is a part of it. They dedicate one episode of the series to talk about space. And we can see we have a very famous Thai actor, Kun Ing. She not the prime minister, another Ing, and she play as a astronaut. Yeah, so people get to know more about how do we live in space. And I'm really proud of this one because this project start from also from my colleague Kun Nik. He is the advisor of this sci-fi movie. This one is called Uranus 2324. So yeah, we have another famous actress in Thailand play as a astronaut. So but this one is they are very being serious as well, because they create an entire mock-up of the Lunar Gateway space station just to film this movie. And if you want to see this mock-up of the Lunar Gateway space station in person, you can go to GISTDA. They really want it because it's so realistic. So they put it in front of their space inspirium. So if you want to look at the mock-up of this, you can go to GISTDA in Chonburi. Yeah, and this is me sitting behind the camera, helping them, advising them next to the director. Yeah, and the guy on the left is Kunik. So he's like he used to work at SpaceBD, but now he moved on to making another space media. And you can see all this impact is so crucial in contributing to space community in Thailand. And this is my video in collaboration with the BT, which is like a mainstream online media here in Thailand, making videos about these SpaceX launches. So the last thing I want to talk about is what's the next step of making space media here in Thailand. So I would say the key is to put the global perspective into the local perspective, and then we can create a real good space content. And I have some recommend to the agency side, like NARIT, like GISTDA, like NSTDA. We need more visualization and more material, so content creator can go grab your material and then make something real cool. For example, on the left side here, what do I mean? We need to have some good material. Well, if I search the keywords Thai Space Consortium, or we can see like all the logo, or the executive being in a suit and standing taking pictures. Well, it is not quite compelling. Like comparing to the right, if you search the keyword Europa Clipper, and you can see all cool spacecraft, all cool NASA spacecraft. And then if we search the term Narit Cube 1, well, you can see most pictures come from SpaceBD, where we really want to take a real picture of the spacecraft and put it on the internet. So when people search for it, they will get to see a real picture, and not just like a logos, or not just like things that are not compelling to look at. Well, for example, JAXA has been doing a really good work putting these images of the HTVX project online. So when they search for it on Google, they get a real good picture. This is so inspiring. Yeah, we really want to see more of this. And I think GISTDA is doing quite good on the TEOS2 as well. When we search for the TEOS2, we have like a really cool pictures here. But I would say we can do it better. And yeah, that's why we really need a visualization. People really want to see these pictures. It is so amazing. It is so fun to look at, and it is so cool, so inspiring. So this one is a little fun thing that I have been experiment with for the past 2 days. So I tried to recreate the structure of the TSC-1 satellite here by myself. And I have a plan to make a really cool animation of it, like being launched about the rocket and being deployed onto the orbit. So this one will make people really want to look at this picture and really want to know, oh, what is it? Why is it look so cool? And when people know that, oh, okay, this one will be built by Thai engineer at NARIT in Chiang Mai. They're going to be like, wow, oh, this is so cool. Not only so cool, but this is so close to us. Yeah. So we really want to escalate the way we provide the material for all the journalists and all the content creator. Like what NASA do, they bring a very cool website providing all the material. Yeah, just like this one. Not only the model, but all the scientific data as well. So that's why I said we need more visualization. Yeah, and the material is key. And yeah, sometimes we also need a really good website. NARIT just launched their new website, and it's kind of cool. And this is the NB Space website. It's kind of cool as well. So yeah, we need to provide more and more material, and people will come and get it and make a real good content out of it. And from the media side, well, what could we do? I think we have so many possibilities, and we have so many things that's going on right now. The simple answer, the simple suggestion for doing space media here in Thailand in terms of being a space media is just we need more of this. Seriously, we need more of this. Well, and I think that's conclude all of my talk. And if we have time, we may have a time for Q&A or maybe not, but I'll be around here. So if you've got some questions, you can walk directly to me and we can have a chat. So thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. So let's keep serious before we have a lunch. Thank you very much. So now I think we have heard a lot of activities and also the competition in Thailand. And before we going to have a lunch, it's time for Q&A session. So does anyone have a questions? Feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions. Okay, we're coming everyone back to Kibo Utilization Workshop. I hope you all enjoy the lunch. And in the next session, we will learn more about the space biology and also the microgravity research in Thailand and also in Japan. And we have like 4 honorary speakers to share us about it. First, let's begin this afternoon with Ms. Yayoi Miyagawa from JAXA to share JAXA's experiments on space biology and microgravity research. Everyone, please give Ms. Yayoi a big round of applause.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to introduce our experiment missions in Kibo. My name is Yayoi Miyagawa from JAXA Space Environment Utilization Center. Now I'd like to introduce what JAXA's experiments conducted in the Kibo experiment module in the ISS. Okay, as you see on the screen, here's what I'm going to talk about. First, I'd like to introduce the inside of Kibo and the experiment facilities. Then I'm going to talk about some information about the experiments that Thai researchers may be able to conduct or already conducted, such as like protein crystal growth, electrostatic levitation furnace, and mouse tissue sample share. Okay, here is the inside of Kibo pressurized module. And there are 4 areas. Okay, you can see. Okay, on right here is CyberRock. It's for the cell biology experiment facilities. And then also they have a mouse habitat unit. And then on the bottom right here is Rutai Rock. It's about like a fluid physics experiment facilities and so on. And on the right top is Kobairo Rock, which is you can see the protein crystal growth facilities and stuff. And then also on the bottom right and left, they have a multi-purpose small payload rack 1 and 2. And as you see here, I'm going to talk about the protein crystal growth that kind of you can find the facility right at the here, and also the electrostatics levitation furnace facilities here, and rodent mission facility is right here. Okay, now I'm like to introduce each experiment. The first one is protein crystal growth, PCG. It contributes in drug discovery research. Why we do this in the space? In drug discovery research, there is a method of looking at the shape of target that causes a disease and creating drug that matches that shape. So first we have to identify which one is the target. And here on chart, you see the green one is the target. And then after the target, we have to match the what kind of shape they have. And then after that, so the triangle and also a little square matches on the target. But to find out those matches, we have to analyze and design over and over. And also that kind of called this medicinal research, and also see how the safety and any effects on that. And then after clear all those kind of stuff, and we're going to do the manufacture. After manufacture, we're going to do the pre-medical research test, and then after clinical test. So on a protein crystal growth, PCG, on the in space, we have high quality samples are important to obtain high quality data. And under microgravity, higher quality crystal can be obtained than on the ground. As you see on the screen on the right, here is a protein crystallization on the ground, and you see it's kind of not really like smooth. But on the right in space, as you see, it's very smooth. So it kind of helps us to understand what's the shape of the target, and also like all the information are very easier to find. So it's more detailed structural information can obtain by structural analysis on this. And here's the previous results of high quality crystal in space. And we have like a 20 plus years of operation and development. So, and then more than 3,400 proteins launched to the space. And here is a chart that you can kind of see like what kind of investigation we did in the past. And then, okay, so that's about the protein crystal growth. And then the next experiment is electrostatic levitation furnace, a so-called ELF. And then the ELF enable to levitate the sample using static electricity and melt the sample over 2000 centigrade and measure its thermophysical properties without contamination. So like here, there's a sample here, and then we have a static electricity around the sample, and repulsive forces using the repulsive forces. And so this is the machine that we use for this one. And as you see, the point for ELF is that it's containerless. So it can melt very smoothly and also without any contamination. So it's high quality too. And here's the steps for the ISS ELF experiment. And as you see on the first, you have to load the 20 samples into a folder, and then we launch it into the ISS. And after arrival in the ISS, the astronaut going to put them into the folder insertion, and then the experiment starts. During the experiments on the ground, we have remote operations from Tsukuba Space Center in Japan, and also the user will be on the at the Tsukuba, or either online to kind of conduct the experiments. Now, after the experiments, the astronaut also folder retrieval, and then return to the Earth. And then after we collect the samples, and then the weighted, and then send back to the user. And then utilization result of the ISSL, we have in the past like 14 Japanese experimental projects or have conducted, and research called every year. And then 4 US experimental projects has been done under the cooperation of JP USOP3, and but it's including a preparation phase too. And then also we have some commercial utilizations, including Turkey users. This is really like for us, it's kind of first time for kind of Asian area research that have been conducted, and it has been the sample has been returned and then send all the data to the researchers, and then they are under investigation and analysis right now. And also, we conducted the removal of space debris experiments in the past. Okay, now I'd like to talk about the mouse tissue sample share. And this is like a JAXA's mouse habitat unit missions. We call it MHU. And what is the MHU is like it supports the science investigation to evaluate more precise effects of long-term microgravity exposure to the mice for which the results can be applied to the humans. So as you see on the first one at the PCG, you see right here. Yeah. So this stage. Okay. And then the mice in ISS stays in the ISS for 30 days. And then it kind of, the mouse stays in one cage at the per unit, per mouse. And then we compare between like different gravities conditions, such as like microgravity, 1G, 16G, and etc. And using the centrifuge to biomedical experiment facilities, which is we showed it in the first page, like right here, is what we placed the mice in there. Okay, and then individual habitation, 1 mouse per cage under well-controlled conditions. So you do the weekly cage maintenance, the regular resupply for food and water, and monitoring the temperature and humidity and light circle setting, and all those like to make the mice comfortable. And we also live animal return capability to collect scientific data of post-flight mice. And then after that, the tissue samples are not used of the principal investigations are used for the mouse tissue sample share project. So the mouse tissue sample share is the first bilateral project in Thailand with JAXA. And the purpose of this bilateral project is to expand the Kibo utilization in Thailand. And JAXA wanted to distribute the post-flight mouse tissue samples to researchers in Thailand who are interested in performing scientific analysis on them. And these tissue samples are significantly unique and valuable outcomes from the mouse habitat unit's missions 4 in 2019 and 5 in 2020. And those samples are conducted under artificial 16G. Researchers can study the effects of partial gravity on mice during in-flight habitation on the ISS. So it seems as like a moon gravity, so how it affects on the body. And in 2023, GISTDA and JAXA signed a memorandum of cooperation for the mouse tissue sample share. So these pictures are when the GISTDA VIPs came to JAXA and we signed up with our president. So it was really nice ceremony. And the Thai researchers were selected to those tissue samples for the research teams. The project is ongoing and some progress has been reported at the APR staff, and I heard that we're going to have some new insights also after my presentation. So I'm so excited about that to hear. And then, so here are some like samples of the research teams selected. And first one is like effects of artificial moon gravity on neuronal morphology or electrical activities in mouse hippocampus I can't pronounce right, but okay. And then also we're going to hear some. Oh, sorry, I just kind of moved. Anyway, okay. To investigate adaptation of neuron endocrine systems and regulation musculoskeletal and metabolic functions during space flight. That's from Narata Falsa. So that's about what we are doing experiments. So if you are interested in those like PCG or ELF or mouse tissue samples, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yari, for sharing JAXA experiment on space biology and microgravity research.
So for our next speaker, may I invite Professor Narathapon Chalermpaen from Faculty of Science, Mahidol University, and he is an expert in biomedicine and will be sharing the knowledge on space biomedicine and microgravity-induced osteoporosis.
Good afternoon. It is my honor to be here to present my current research that we obtained the mouse the tissue from mouse that JAXA kindly provide to us about a year ago. So sorry. Today I will focus on the space biomedicine and microgravity-induced osteoporosis, and I mainly focus on the skeletal muscles in my talk today. And the big questions when I work with the space bioscience is to communicate with the policymakers and the funding agency. Why do we need to study space biomedicine in Thailand? So because I'm a medical doctor working with osteoporosis, and as you will know that the bone loss is the major problems when we live in space. Even just a short flight, like 3 months or 6 months, actually we can observe massive bone loss. So this is why we can apply or can translate the knowledge about osteoporosis or osteopenia in space to the Earth. For example, we can use the knowledge obtained from space biomedicine to help the stroke patients or the bedridden patients or someone who have disabilities that cannot move freely, especially the elderly individual that may have problems about mobilities. And here, this is the collaborations between JAXA. Thank you very much for your kindness to share us the mouse tissue. And our team, we take responsibilities for the white adipose tissue and the quadriceps muscles. So today I will focus on the results about quadriceps muscles. And this is the real samples. This is the real sample that I captures when I get the specimen deliveries to my lab, and we have facilities to store all the specimens safely in the well-controlled environment. And because the time is really limited, so I will not go into details about the hypothesis, but we know that the osteoporosis is the systemic problems in our body. This means that if you have some challenge, some stress, or some physical factor that affects to our body, maybe radiations, maybe microgravities, or maybe some even emotional stress, this can lead to osteoporosis, both on Earth and in space. And we know that normally the gravities directly affect to the bone tissue, because the bone tissue can express small proteins that we call mechanoreceptors. And basically, the mechanoreceptor is an ion channel that I will show you later. But because we obtain the adipose tissues and the skeletal muscle, or more precisely the quadriceps muscles, and we have a previous knowledge in our lab that both adipose tissues and the myocyte, the cell of the muscles, can produce many factors that can affect bone mass. Okay? For example, when we undergo exercise, when we go to exercise, to running, swimming, something like that. So our body can produce a substance that we call myokine. And the myokine look like a hormone from the muscles that can floating around in the circulations, and it can go to the bone tissue. And once it go to the bone tissue, it can signal the bone to increase or decrease in its mass. For example, when we undergo exercise on Earth, and our muscle work a lot. So what will happen? Our muscles not only just produce the mechanical stimuli directly to the bone, but it also produce myokine, and this myokine can help increase in the bone tissue as well. And on the other hand, if we live in the microgravities in space, so we lost a signal. Mechanosensitive signals in the quadriceps muscles. So we believe that there are some factors, some myokine that may decrease in the levels, and a decrease in the levels of this myokine can indirectly affect to bone as well. Okay. And this is a general concept of the mechanosensor. We actually both scientists have already awarded the Nobel Prize in 2021, and the mechanosensitive ion channel is look like here the piezo2 or even the TRPV1 can be a mechanosensitive channel as well. And basically, the mechanosensitive receptors are ion channels. This means that when we have some force or tensions that apply on the plasma membrane of the cells, okay, the ion channels here can open or can close based on the signals from the mechanical stimuli. And this is why the gravities affect to our bone and all the tissue in our body. Okay? For example, when I stand steadily like this, okay, my body weight will apply to the long bone of the leg. And this body weight, or more precisely the body mass, can trigger the mechanosensitive ion channels and can lead to a positive outcome on the bone. Or more precisely, my bone can increase in the mass, okay, when I just have the gravities. But in the space, this signal may be lost, and we can lead to the detrimental outcome like osteopenia or fractures. So in my lab, I also work with the tissue from JAXA, and I also set up the additional experiment to mimic the result that we can find from the sharing tissues. Okay, for example, we try to search for the interactions between many tissues and the bone tissue, many other tissues and the bone cells. Okay, and using many experimental models like exercise or recently we have just got a budget for to model of clinostat, so we can simulate the result that we obtain from the mouse tissue, the MHU4 tissue. On the left-hand side, this is the result from the transcriptomic analysis. Okay, this is the result from quadriceps muscles. that undergo microgravity exposures, and this is the result from the tissue that JAXA kindly shared to us. Okay, and we can identify many transcript or mRNA that change in the levels of the inside the quadriceps muscles after exposed to the microgravities. Okay, and we select one of the candidates, okay, osteoclin. Okay, this is one of the candidates that we observe change in the MSU4 quadriceps muscle tissues. And osteoclin actually, this is look like a cytokine or hormone that strongly expressed in many tissue like bone itself or even the skeletal muscles like quadriceps muscles, as well as many other tissue like adipose tissue as well. And downregulation of osteoclin is believed to negatively affect to the bone tissue, because normally under normal conditions, osteoclin can promote bone regenerations or bone formations. And actually, we also run the experiment concurrently along with the analysis of the mouse tissue from JAXA. For example, we also consider about working with PSO1. Actually, we also study the PSO1 expressions from the MSU4 mouse tissues. Okay, but we are still analyze the result. But in the parallel experiment on the Earth, so we also working with the PSO1 expressions in adipose tissues and skeletal muscles by using the animal models in our lab. Okay, and we also customize invent the clinostat prototype. Thank you to Ajahn Gia, Ajahn Potiwat. Okay, actually he should be around here. And Ajahn Potiwat is an engineer. Kindly invent this clinostat prototype that so we can check for the effect of osteoclin functions on the bone cells. Okay, so in recent preliminary study in my lab, I used the osteocyte cell line, and this is the bone cell a type of bone cells that we apply the osteoclin on these cells and analyze the transcriptomic response. So we are working with RNA-seq analysis, and hopefully we should be get the results by next month. And I also check with auto MSU experiment. Okay, this is the public data from IBSLS database, okay, that JAXA published in the internet. And this is the result that show about the transcriptome analysis of osteoclin, or for short, this is the OSTN genes. And you will see here that in MSU1 samples, this is a soleus. Soleus is also the muscles of the leg of the mouse. So you will see that when the mouse exposed to microgravities, we have a decrease in they show a decrease in the expressions of osteoclin, similar to our result that we observe in MSU4. So now we can confirm that osteoclin down regulations may participate in some change in the bone tissue. So now we have checked, validate the result with osteocyte. This is the bone cells, and the project is under investigations. And because we believe that the mechanosensor or mechanosensitive ion channel should play a crucial role in the response of microgravities, response of the quadriceps muscle cells to microgravity. So we run a parallel experiment to try to discover a new molecules that can modulate the activities of the PSO. For example, we can use PSO modulators together with osteoclins, recombinant osteoclin proteins to help the osteoporosis patients. For example, this is a future applications of this project. And thanks to the to Mahidol University in Thailand that we have a MUAI center, which is NVIDIA H100 GPU that can provide the high computations power that lets us to discover many new molecules. And this is one of the preliminary results by using the AI to screen for the modulators of the piezo-1 proteins. Okay, and we also have we are quite lucky to get another Krinos. So currently we have at least three. We should have at least 3 clinostat in the lab by this August. Okay, one is a prototype from Dr. Potiwat. Okay, the engineer in our team. Okay? And another is the Gavite clinostat that we'll implement by next month. And hopefully in April we should have got another clinostat, the clinostar, that should provide more insight into the functions of the drugs or the factor like or recombinant protein like osteoclins on bone cells in vitro. And okay, so these are of the update of our results, and hopefully you enjoy my update. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Naratapon, for sharing your research with us.
Thank you very much. So now let's turn our attention to more speaker, Thailand Space, Food Technology Development and Ecosystem. May I invite Dr. Waret Chancharan from Princess Sri Sawangkawat Faculty of Medicine, Chulaporn Royal Academy to the stage. Let's give a warm reception to Dr. Waret.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Waret Chancharan from Faculty of Medicine, Chulaporn Royal Academy. First of all, this presentation is our team's work, not only my work, and then I expert in such a small domain. Not all works in this life, and I am the representative of the team. Okay, start from this one because everyone used this picture, and then I just gone to JAXA Space Center in this morning and come back. It's still done. Okay, just a little bit brief history of our team and myself. I start from the JAXA program public flight in 2009. I joined the program. It's very long time ago, 15, 16 years ago. I'm very young, and start from initiative project from GISTDA. It's called National Space Exploration Program. And on that time, we gather space person in Thailand, as well outside Thailand, but all person were the Thai citizen from US or from European country to develop the food production technology at that time. But unfortunately, we didn't launch anything from 2017. But for 2020 or 21st, we proposed the idea to Deep Space Food Challenge that originated by NASA project. And I will talk about the Deep Space Food Challenge a little bit. If you want to know more about this, you can Google or find or ask ChatGPT what is that. And what about the Deep Space Food Challenge? At that time, NASA would like to find the technology to serve the astronaut 3 persons for the 6 months mission, go to the Mars and come back. You cannot bring instant noodle or canned food because you need to bring like 10 million can or 10 million retort back in order to serve 3 persons. And then you need to decide how to produce food along the way to Mars and come back. And at that time, this is a real idea that we proposed to NASA, start from the plant and waste utilization module, and we select worm. It's called sago worm. If you can imagine the coconut tree, inside the coconut tree there may have a small worm inside. It's called sago worm in Thailand. We ate that. We use sago worm as the main protein ingredient, and have the plant module to feed the insects. And after that, we produce the food using 3D food printing, as you can see in the left-hand side, food processing unit, and return back to the waste utilization unit again in order to secure the ecosystem. And that idea we proposed to NASA at that time. And finally, in 2021 or 22nd, we established the laboratory at NSTDA. You can see go to the right-hand side, the plant module, plant the tea, and go to the insects module. I blur some image because we are flying the patent. And for the left-hand side is the Swedish meatball. As you can see, you can find the Swedish meatball in IKEA or something. And at that time, we proposed this menu to NASA, and all nutrition calculation energy comply with the NASA standard. This project funded by CPO company. But currently, we have done the challenge and split all technologies, all engineering things to many universities in Thailand. First one, we split the plant and waste utilization module to two universities, KMUTT and VRU University. For the KMUTT, they try to plant the bean under the lunar and Mars environment, such as light, nutrition, humidity, as well the simulant. We have own simulant, lunar simulant and Mars simulant, and originated by our team, and plant in that kind of the greenhouse as lunar greenhouse or Mars greenhouse. And KMUT researchers try to utilize human waste, is a little bit smell, to serve the insects, to serve the insect as the insect food, because we cannot directly eat something as the human eat something from the tree that plant with the human waste. Like it's not safe. And for another university, they try to utilize the insect waste to be the fertilizer. So this one they already sold in some market in Thailand. And apart from the main food production system, we spill some technology over to the other discipline. We try to utilize the plant waste and mix with Thailand lunar simulant to build the lunar concrete. And now Kasetsart University already done to fabricate and develop the lunar concrete. And next system is the insect system, the main system of the technology. PIM, Panjabiwat Institute of Management by CPO company, trying to develop the automated and closed system to farm the insects, because we cannot let insect go out of the module, because imagine in the spacecraft there are a lot of insects and crawling in the spacecraft. We cannot. We need to set up the closed environment, as well as how to control the waste inside in order to farm the insects. And Dr. Potiwal as well is same with the previous presenter work. He tried to spill over some technology to produce the rover and to produce the robotics technology. And then the last system is the key system of our ecosystem, is the food production system. First of all, let me introduce the current food. At previous, we proposed the Swedish meatball, but if you eat Swedish meatball every day, it's very boring, because the taste is very boring. And then we developed new Thai style meatball. In Thai language, it's called lap tort, or it's like the sukune in Japanese food, but it's a little bit spicy. And we calculate all nutrition, energy, and many small regulations aligned with the NASA STD 3001 standard. Is the human spaceflight standard. And maybe in the next few years, you can see this one inside 7-Eleven, because this project funded by CPO company as well. And for the right-hand side is the AI generated image. If we can produce sukune, spicy sukune, it will be like this. But for the left-hand side, it's not AI. It's not AI. It's a real image. But however, some ingredient is very new, such as the insect protein, and then we need to investigate how the insect protein behave inside the human body. Now we are investigating in our university, myself, our team try to investigating how that affect to the metabolic system of human. And I think today is the first day to treat the experimental mouse in my university, in my microbiology, I have already done that. And then because we try, BioState have hospital, and we try to spill over some technology to the other discipline, such as the healthcare segment. And in the system, we have 3D food printing, right? We implement and utilize 3D food printing to produce the 3D printed food and examine with the patient, with the cancer patient in my university hospital. And we found the good formula that cancer patient can eat easily, because you can manipulate the softness of the food, and it can be the cancer patient food, because cancer patient food is hard, they hardly to eat some hard thing because of the infections in their body, right? Now we know which formula they like and they can eat by using the 3D food technology, 3D printing food technology. And come back to the system again, if you can remember the whole system. Astronaut order the menu at the 3D food printing machine, and astronaut can just input just BMI, weight, sex, male, female, or something. And then we have, on that time, we develop algorithm to personalize the food for astronaut. And at that time, we know which algorithm is suitable for personalize the food by using the 3D food printing technology. And then we spill over some small technology and examine in the hospital. We have a mobile application. You can scan this QR code already published. It's the personalized food application for cancer patient, and we have already examined in the hospital in the real patient, and we know that patient become better because they know how to eat every day, and that application personalized food every day, day by day, and we got good BMI and good health status for by using this application, and everything spilled from the NASA Deep Space Food Challenge technology things. But apart from the on-ground experiment, let me talk about the literary space experiment. Last year, we went to the parabolic flight again. 2009, in my life, I have joined the parabolic flight, and just last year, I went to join the parabolic flight at USA, and let's see the video first, and I will explain. Okay, you can see small tiger doll is becomes from the Princess Chulapon. That's why we call this project is Tiger's Egg. In this period, we examine how to produce the food, aka food production system. We develop all engineering thing inside and investigate how food can be made under microgravity environment. And you can see we can produce the space Snoopy, right? This one. This picture is a real experiment, and it's like the Snoopy, and I really love this one because it's near to Snoopy, but it's Jordan. It's not the fighting Snoopy in under gravity in the microgravity. At this work, we know how to fabricate food under micro G because it's very complicated behavior if you want to study the fluid mechanics in under microgravity environment. And for the upcoming mission next year, we will launch some technology to space station in the Columbus module to find the real environment, to examine the real environment under the real microgravity, to make sure again that we can produce food under microgravity environment. And let me finish my presentation. And if you have any question, you can email me. And I am the representative of the team. If you want to know other things in other technology in the team, you can just contact me. And looking forward to collaborate with JAXA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Dr. Varet, for sharing about Thailand food, space food technology development and ecosystem.
And now we will explore how important international collaboration is in Thai space agriculture and gravitational biology research. May I invite Dr. Thatpong Tulayanon, Faculty of Science, Mahidol University, to the podium, please.
Okay, guess we are ready. So thank you very much for coming today, and thank you JAXA for having us here in this workshop. So today we are going to talk about the international collaboration in Thai space agriculture and gravitational biology research. It's just like a recap of everything that we have done so far for a few years. Okay, some of you might know that in Thailand, we usually have access and to International Space Station through the two collaboration. The first one is from NASA with Kasetsart University, and from Mahidol University, we usually have access through JAXA. For example, the mouse sample sharing and HAS program. And this is our first ever space experiment on board International Space Station under collaboration with JAXA as well. So thank you very much for helping us in terms of space research. But actually, Thailand and JAXA, we work a lot on space education and basic research for students related to space for a very long time. As far as I can tell, since 2010, through the Space Seed for Asian Future program, and then continue and until these days. Let me brief you about what happened in Mahidol University and space biology and agriculture research. So we established the plant biology and astrobotany laboratory in 2017. And then 2017 is the first year that we visit SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. And at the same year, we got into NSC program, the National Space Exploration Program by GISTDA, to get ready to send samples to International Space Station. And then in 2019, we got into JAXA Kibo-ABC program through collaboration with NSTDA. And from that collaboration, we continue to SIH Mission 1 and Mission 2 about plant research in space. And 2022 is the year that my colleague, Professor Daratapon, get mouse sample back from International Space Station under MOU between JAXA, GISTDA, and Mahidol University. And then in 2023 is our big year because this is the first time that we work alongside with International Space with Space Agency, which is European Space Agency, ESA. So we got the fellowship to visit their research station in the Netherlands, is ESTEC, to study how plants adapt itself under hypergravity environment. And last year is the first year that we work with the Chinese Space Agency, CNSA, on Chujian 19 to send rice sample to space.
And in 2025, this is our big year because last year we got into the Artemis program through the Artemis Accord. And then we plan to have the collaboration with Diesel in China to conduct more experiments. And the goal of 2025 is to hopefully we can establish the Thai Space Gravitational Biology Consortium in Mahidol University, and we should have the researcher and student exchange and the funding opportunity as well. Okay, so let's talk about the space agriculture and gravitational biology research in Mahidol University. So I will split into 3 separate parts. The first one is the JAXA Kibo-ABC. Second one is ESA HyperJet program. The third one is Children-19. And then for the future program, maybe within Artemis or LRS. So this one, a lot of you might have known that through the JAXA Kibo-ABC program, they have one program called HAS or Asian Earth in Space, Mission 1 and 2, which is run by NSTDA and JAXA. At Mahidol University, we are like a partner to assist them in terms of plant research. So this is the Mission 1 that happened about 2020 that Thai students got a chance to do the parallel experiment alongside with the scientists on board International Space Station like this. Okay, and for this is just like the first time that I have experience in terms of plant research in International Space Station. And the next year, in 2 years later, we got seed back from International Space Station. This one is Golden Shower 3. And after we received the seed back to Mahidol University, we grow the seed and assess the space damage, for example, the radiation damage and some anomaly that might happen when we kept the seed on board International Space Station for a long period of time. And after the experiment is finished, we send the plant all over Thailand because this is our national plant. And I think it is very smart of NSTDA to pick this plant to send to ISS because we can grow the plant for a very long time. And move on to 2023. This is the year that we visit the European Space Agency in the Netherlands. So the goal is to study the small aquatic plant for future space agriculture application to see whether they have the machine to simulate hypergravity environment, and we want to check if the plant can survive under this extreme condition. So this is what happened in ESTEC. So we have to develop the box to grow watermelon and then mount this equipment into their hypergravity simulation equipment. And then after 10 days, we get the sample out and extract in many ways. And after this mission is finished, we take some of our watermelon chamber back to Thailand and to inspire the younger generation that, hey, this equipment has been to ESA before for actual research. So the space is not that hard to work on. And ESA kept 3 of our equipments as a reference. And after that, we already do some analysis and we plan on having a publication. I believe this draft is already past ESA approval, and we are gonna have it published hopefully within this year. Okay, and in 2024, this is another year that after we finish work with ESA, we got a chance to work with CNSA to send rice sample to space to study whether we can select some specific variety of rice that can tolerate extreme environment in space. So we received a few rice samples from the Rice Department of Thailand, and we handpicked each seeds
to make sure that we have non-damaged seed. And then we visit Beihang University in China to pack the seed into the cryotube before CNSA scientists mount our sample into Shenzhen-19, which is the reusable, recoverable satellite. And then they launch it for us for free, which is our very, very, very big opportunity. And then the payload launched in 27th of September, and the payload returned in October, and we retrieved the sample 15th of October in Beijing. And then we extract the seed in Beihang University, and they let us use their laboratory and equipment. Okay, this is rice that germinate in satellite that orbit Earth for about 13 days. And right now we are in state of analysis of everything that we can find from out of this rice. And at the same time, we have the dry seed that went to space as well, which going to be germinated on Earth. Okay, and after some experiment and activity in terms of space biology research, we propose that maybe we should construct the maybe Thai Gravitational and Space Biology Consortium. Originally, it's going to be small, maybe only in Mahidol University, but we believe that this is our good start because in terms of consortium, we can gather a lot of researchers that are interested in space biology in Mahidol University, and then we can have good opportunity for research funding and international collaboration. Because of last year, we already joined the Artemis Accord. This is another good step to move forward in terms of space biology research. For example, last year we got in touch with the Royal Thai Army to do research about the space agriculture surveillance program. So they are going to develop a special camera for us to hopefully we can observe agricultural system somewhere off Earth without using astronaut. And besides those programs that I mentioned, we plan to have collaboration with the MELISA program, the Lunar Palace program in Beihang University, and research, the space agriculture research in Chiba University in Japan, as well as the space agriculture research in Australia. Okay, and this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Patpong, very much for the presentation. So before we move on to our next session, does anyone have any question? You can just raise your hand and ask. Okay, I see none. So I will move on to the next session. So now let's explore the opportunities in space industry. So may I invite Ms. Sayaka Umemura from JAXA to present about the overall introduction about Kibo utilization.
Okay, this is Sayaka Umemura of JAXA. I've explained about the Kibo utilization overview in the morning, but let me look back the overview for a moment because some people might join from here. So the ISS is a space laboratory. JAXA is operating the Japanese experiment module Kibo on the ISS. And we are glad to share the opportunity for space utilization with Asia Pacific region and countries. In Kibo, a broad range of researches has been conducted. Life science experiments, and the material sciences, as we talked in the last session. As for external experiments, small satellite deployment, opportunities for exposed facilities, and material exposure will be talked later by Japanese companies in this session. And again, this is a Kibo utilization scheme. Basically, please contract with Japanese companies if you are interested in Kibo utilization. And, oh, sorry. So there are two types of contract scheme. Case A, users can make a contract with Japanese company directly. Or case B, that the agreement between JAXA and Thai agency might be an option. We hope that this workshop will spark new collaboration. Thank you very much for joining, and thank you very much for preparation, NSTDA GISTDA people. And thank you very much for participating of the Japanese companies. So we are looking forward to their presentations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's move on to the next speaker. May I invite Professor Anil Kumar from AIT to share about advancing space food innovation, developing nutrient-rich solutions for space missions. Okay. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Anil.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity, the JAXA and all the organizing team to invite AIT, especially myself Hazel here. So thank you very much. For today, what we have been discussing with the different group of people for advancing how we can collaborate and be the part of this the space food systems, and that's my expertise is more on the not agriculture. We just listen after agriculture how this food can be enriched food can be developed. So I will be just giving you somewhat we have been working in our lab, not specifically for the space, but how we can collaborate that future we can have enriched food. So just in time taking in 5 minutes, I'll quickly look these 3 things what we have been talking, how we can in my lab we have been doing like myself almost 15-16 years working on this enriched food systems, nutritionally enhanced food systems, so that can help us to work in the space system now where we are looking for future as well. One we have been talking in my lab, we have developed the edible coating systems. So I propose in the future, if you have the fruits or vegetables which is ready, the cut surface as well, you can enhance, but not using synthetic chemicals and those more eco-friendly. So that's we have developed and we have been successful. Just example what I can see there for the few weeks can be developed with the nanotechnology layer based the develop and one of the premium, that's a strawberry, that's the industry is ready to adopt in this technology as well. And there I see the future when we go for the space systems or looking for that. If you have the product, if you are supplying, we can have developing. So we can reduce plastic as well that we are looking in the, not only in the space, but Earth as well. So that can help as well there as well. So this innovation is already for me in the scaling up. We have been working, trying to industry as well to adopt some of those technologies what we have developed in our lab base to go to the piloting scale as well. That's for the packaging systems of the food systems. The second one is that, even here we have been working on how to enrich not only protein, but more than beyond as that as well. And there are a lot of problems, even we have at the current here. And the same when we are discussing, it can be possible to make such things, such food systems for the space. Only thing is that the composition will be a bit different to utilize there, and you can have more proteins as well as minerals and fibers as well. So one of the product what we have been working already, and that we have been discussing, and very happy to see that for the Ulfia, one of the microalgae, which has been already in advancing in a stage, and we have been working on this. A few years back, in Ulfia in Thailand even was only for animal feed. Now we are looking for the human food, and that's we look for now space food as well. So this Ulfia, we have advanced already how to increase the amino acids that can be all essential amino acids. So which has been in the past, we talk only animal-based products, but now here you have from the plant-based or the water aquatic-based plants or microalgae as well. But the protein and the fibers is not enough. We need to have some vitamins and minerals together as well. So one of the exactly very highly medicinal plant, you can say the moringa, which we have worked there, and with combination has a lot of benefits to give vitamin C or iron and those things, which is needed in the space as well. And this is our one design, just to have, which is very lighter design with all the nutrients, the dense nutrients, what I can say, that can help and easy to digestibility as well. And that's we have already work in our lab systems, and that I see the value which can be work more. That's the one concept I think. Another I'm looking the powder, which can be made in the simple pouch, inedible pouch as well, and is easy to consume. Even you put in the mouth, the solubility or dissociation, or you can say the disintegration of this powder, sorry. Okay, so this is easy to disintegrate what we have developed this, and this is now also looking for in the tablet forms, so it can be easy disintegrate if in the pharmaceuticals how it's designed similarly. But again, here we are not using any additives which can be making so no chemicals. It's all the biological materials what we are trying to use there as well. That's the product concept. And the third is very important. On that last week we had discussion with Aerospace and the blast as well there, and we are talking that so in my lab what we have been trying, including the animal studies, trying to do in vivo, how this digestibility of the materials, especially on the proteins as well as fiber and some sort of vitamins, what we are reaching or accessibility is enough or not. So that purpose we propose, obviously there is a in my also lab, what we have worked with the encapsulation systems, which develop the capsules, and looking there, even in the gut systems, the different type of, we have peristaltic movement and those, but we are also trying to think now, if you have the gravitational difference, we talk in the microgravity at the developing, the dummy, but also in the systems could be helpful if the people like the digestibility is the same or not. The behavior in the gut systems of digestibility as well as bioaccessibility will be different. So that in the further study I propose here. And these are the few just concepts. We are very much happy to collaborate. And for me to be here, I'm ready, any type of collaborations to come and working with the group here as well as from Japan. And so thank you very much. And very much welcome to discuss more.
Thank you very much, Professor Anil, for sharing about food, space food innovation, and also the space mission.
Okay, moving on to our next speaker, may I invite Mr. Tomoki Miyashita from DigitalBlast to this.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tomoki Miyashita from DigitalBlast. I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here today with such distinguished professionals from Thailand. First, let me introduce myself. I joined DigitalBlast last July, and prior to DigitalBlast, I worked for satellite operations, considering new space business and utilization of satellite observation data. Maybe some participants know Sobe-san of JAXA. He was my boss when I was seconded to JAXA Aerospace project team. So I can talk about satellite very much, but today I will focus on DigitalBlast activity in the area of Kibo utilization. I'd like to walk you through DigitalBlast space business. Our business is make space valuable. DigitalBlast is passionate about increasing the number of users, expanding the economic sphere of space, and creating a world here where people can realize their dreams. As you know, there are microgravity features in space. Organisms changes, no sedimentation, no thermal convection, floating without containers. Also, you have suffered from these problems when you project experiments or missions in space. One of barriers is that various preparations and arrangements are required to carry out space experiments. Therefore, we plan to provide one-stop space experiment service to solve this problem. We can support various preparation like safety assessment review, making operational documents for ground operator and astronauts, and export or import process, and so on. And then we also provide our equipment to increase opportunities for space experiments. In order to deliver your samples to you as soon as possible, we create occasions for sample return by our re-entry capsules. To implement these services, we have been proceeding in our own business in two phases. Phase one is a space environment utilization service. This phase aims to know users' demands and to acquire various tasks for preparation of Kibo utilization under contract with JAXA or government. And then we develop compact and low-cost equipment to improve opportunities of utilization of LEO environment as phase two simultaneously. We have some development projects such as AMATSU and re-entry capsule. Additionally, for promoting space business, DigitalBlast takes part in Thraxio. Thraxio means, yes, space opportunities, revolution, and transfer to innovative outcomes. This mission is to accelerate Kibo utilization and prepare for the future commercial space station. From the next fiscal year, as a member of Thraxio, we support a lot of steps for implementing your mission. So if you would like to conduct space missions or experiments or missions in Kibo, please feel free to contact Thraxio members. So contact information is on this handout in front of you. Please look at this. And then one of sorry, we have we have built a good relationship with NSTDA through Kibo Education Program Asian Tri-0Z 2022. A representative of NSTDA and students came to our office after the event of Asian Tri-0Z, and we interviewed them. You can watch this movie on YouTube. And we have continued to collaborate with Thailand. AIT and we signed a MOU just a month ago. This partnership aims to foster innovation in space, space research and development through collaborative initiatives such as joint research, knowledge sharing events, and student international programs. And by the way, one of key products which we are currently making, design and developing is Amatsu. Amatsu is a life science experiment equipment which generates artificial gravity. This small centrifuge can grow a wide range of small plants. For example, space moss, yeast, and Arabidopsis thaliana. Also, it can cultivate cells. Amatsu will be installed in the Kibo or post commercial space station. If you have an interesting experiments on the moon surface, you can simulate your experiment on Luna Z by Amatsu and compare to other Gs, micro G and 1Z at the same time. At present, we are working on making a preliminary design and assembling prototype. Amatsu will be launched in the late of 2026 through early 2027 to Kibo. Amatsu is the first payload of its series, so we have some plans to develop advanced equipment. If you are interested in our projects, after that, please contact Machida-san and me, explain our Amatsu series. So, well, there are our business partners. Recently, we frequently communicate with university and institutions in Thailand. We place great emphasis on Thailand. And finally, a lot of members which diverse areas of expertise are active in DigitalBlast. With this diversity, I believe we can contribute to expand possibility of Kibo utilization, not only Japan, but also worldwide. Thank you all for your time and attention. We appreciate your insights and look forward to further discussions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, let's move on to our next speakers. May I invite Ms. Ueno and Mr. Nemoto from Japan Manned Space Systems Corporation, or JAMSS, to share their experience. Everyone, let's welcome to the stage Ms. Ueno and Mr. Nemoto.
Okay. Saudi Club, everyone. We are JAMSS, Kibo Operation Private Company, and today we would like to talk through a theme of expanding Kibo's value from private sector. Presenter will be Ms. Ueno and me, Nemoto.
JAMSS has gained extensive human space technology by prioritizing safety and is now a leading company in operation and integration of Kibo at ISS. JAMSS provides a one-stop service from planning to orbit operation and continue to explore the front line of the space nutrition business. JAMSS provides one-stop service from planning to orbit operations. Here, I am indicating the process of a space mission implementation in Kibo.
Whenever there's a potential user with a root idea of using Kibo, JAMSS supports by mainly 4 functions to make this happen. 4 functions are user integration, and payload flight control, crew training, and flight control team. Finally, astronauts perform the task and on-orbit mission complete. JAMSS contribute in all Kibo operation phase together with JAXA and work coordination with all international partners. I'm a member of the payload flight controller. So from next page, I'm going to talk about one of the teams I involved as flight controller. Payload flight controller team integrates Kibo utilization and operation. Kibo utilization and consists of a position that is divided into 3 major categories. Today, I focus to NOM. NOM is specialist for general non-lag application. There are payload lags in GEM, but there are also that experiment which doesn't use lag, is non-lag, and NOM is in charge of the non-lag operation. One of the teams that are involved is Kibo Robot Program Challenge, Kibo-ABC, and NOM in charge of Kibo-ABC. JAMSS has been to conduct a series of missions of Kibo-ABC as a main force of NOM. I mentioned earlier that one of the teams that are involved with the Kibo-ABC. As written here about Kibo-ABC, last year, first Kibo-ABC was held, and we have few times the Thailand as the winner. When previous Kibo-ABC executed on orbit, I supported the NOM cooperation with JAXA and UI. Despite some trouble, fifth Kibo-ABC was a great success. For mission success, here are 3 examples. First, procedure preparation. Procedure should be written according to the defined rule and easy understanding to provide mistake for crew, and it also takes time to be reviewed. It takes couple months to complete a procedure to make it clear for crew. Second, timeline coordination. As written here, 2 examples for the requirement at final round of People's Kibo-ABC. I coordinate with planner closely, and the requirement for range in the field. Third, operation performance. I executed walkthrough. Kibo-ABC is one of the most complicated operations, so I aligned our understanding regarding the flow of the task with JAXA, UI, JFlight, JCOM, and NOM, so that we could operate smoothly not only in nominal operation but also in off-nominal operation. Like this, where consider preparation in advance leaded to mission success. DAX fully support mission preparation in real-time operations. I pass to Ms. Nepoto.
Thank you. And as Ueno-san introduced previously, JAMSS has dedicated and accumulated technologies to Kibo operation in Japan's human space missions from government service point of view. However, commercial utilization of space is accelerating, and JAMSS will also be there to provide success. We are conducting our own payload demonstration on the theme of improving quality of life in space. And anticipating the expansion of space tourists and the demand growth for better living environment in space. Additionally, JAMSS has been supporting JAXA's Kibo commercial program from the first mission done in 2008, and now supported more than 40 commercial missions. And one of the unique examples, will be the Space Sake mission, and also the Kibo Studio mission, which was completed in the last year. So let me share how JAMSS has supported the Kibo commercial utilization program in detail. In this program, the client will contract with user integration support company like JAMSS, and we will support the initial submission of the mission overview to JAXA. Client will need to clear the system interface and the safety assessment, and we support for smooth approval. Before and during the on-orbit operation, JAMSS will support at the Kibo operation as a Kibo operation company. We will generate the mission procedure to astronauts and conduct the mission live from ground control. So here, as a latest commercial mission example, I would like to introduce this example. We provided a commercial video filming service to Osaka Rasenkan Kogyo. I'll say ORK for short. ORK is Japan's first specialized manufacturer of flexible tubes and bellows, and launched their main product, Warmfleet Flex, which is iconic product because it is actually an installed piping in Kibo module. The commercial design plot was roughly made by this company, ORK, and JAMSS modified by referring the interface and capability matching the regulations. Filming was conducted live from the ground control at JAXA Tsukuba Space Center, and people from ORK was invited to the Space Center and they were checking the progress live. The mission was a success, as you can see on the pictures on the slide. The team achieved to take a footage of the beautiful floating product that you can see in the green circle. Commercial users needs is surely expanding, and Kibo has capability to answer this. As the ISS head towards the retirement, for smooth transition to commercial LEO economy, we think that increasing the awareness of possibility of micro-Z is very important. JAMSS has launched a news platform to accelerate this. Here, we introduce the latest experiments done in ISS overall. And the news platform name is called Asmila. You can access from the QR code right there. So please take a look in your spare time. If there is already, well, I've been introducing the examples of Kibo utilization, and I think there will be many chances in the near future collaborating with Thai. So if there is already a request or plan to use the Kibo module, please feel free to contact us. We are always here to support, to build and make your space mission happen. Also, as in the previous presentation, Mr. Miyashita has mentioned, we are one of the members of the Soraxio consortium, and all the members are also capable and are willing to help your space utilization in Kibo module. This is the end of our presentation, and thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ueno and Mr. Nemoto, for sharing experience from JAMSS.
So next, I would like to invite Ms. Kaho Musuda from Mitsui Bussan Aerospace to give a presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you for your introduction, and can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Thank you so much. So I'm Masuda from Mitsui Bussan Aerospace, and before starting the introduction of our space business, please let me explain about our company briefly. Mitsui Bussan Aerospace, we call MBA as abbreviation, is a 100% subsidiary of Mitsui & Co., one of the largest trading companies in Japan. And MBA specializes in aerospace industry, such as helicopter, business jet, and space business. In the sector of space business, MBA and Mitsui & Co. are conducting business together and operating these three areas, such as logistics business, station business, and the solution business. This is the history of our space business. And we started our business from satellite launch service with JAXA. We started our satellite launch and deployment service utilizing JAXA's capacity in July 2019. We are providing the CubeSat deployment service from ISS to the customer who wants to launch the small satellites. After this business, we are expanding our business. Especially, we are now introducing Kibo Utilization service, not only JSOT, but also other Kibo facilities. Additionally, keep in mind post-ISS, Mitsui & Co. has been planning to develop a Japanese module to succeed Kibo module in order to secure own platform for sustainable use of LEO for Japan in post-ISS. To realize this mission, Japan LEO Shatu was established last year. So here is the detail what we introduced in Kibo Utilization. MBA can introduce internal and external experimental opportunities of Kibo. Of course, we have business rights of JSOT, but in case with customer, they are willing to use other facilities, we can also support that experiment, including ground preparation support from Kibo Utilization application to the accomplishment of demonstration, collaborating with our partners. As achievement, we have been supporting 8 project demonstrations and also deployed 12 satellites. And let me also introduce the Japan LEO Shatu. We call Shatu as abbreviation. It was established in 2024 for realizing the mission to make a business leveraging Japan's strengths in LEO. The business operating Japan module in post-ISS and offering resource for public and commercial use and supplying cargo. MBA is collaborating with Shatu in terms of developing public and commercial use in this scope. Aiming that vision, we also focus on developing utilization. There are focus areas for commercial use creation. I mean, data center, semiconductor, biomedical, and entertainment. We believe that can leverage features of space station. As a result of marketing to more than 200 potential customers, Shatu has identified potential operators in each focus area. Currently, Shatu is working on the preparation of a business plan leading to business investment in post-ISS through demonstration using ISS. So I believe my presentation is a little bit quicker than we expected, but that's all for our presentation. And thank you for your attention. And I think there will be the possibilities to collaborate with Thai in the near future. So we are also looking forward to with your next discussion.
Presentation.
Thank you very much. And now let's move on to our next speaker before we are going to have a break. May I invite Mr. Shuji Yamasaki from SpaceBD to share experience in SpaceBD Incorporation. Let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Yuchi.
Okay, hello everyone. So let me share my deck. So can I share my deck successfully? Or
Yeah, I can see your screen. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let me see. Okay. Yes, hello everyone. I'm Shuji Yamazaki from SpaceBD. Unfortunately, I am participating online this time, but as I have never been to Thailand, I would definitely like to go again another time. And before company introduction, let me introduce myself briefly. I am a head of ISS internal platform business unit and in charge of sales and marketing of ISS utilization and post-ISS studies. I have joined SpaceBD 3 years ago, but before that, I have worked as a researcher for 10 years. My background is material science and life science, so these are familiar to the focus area of ISS experiment, Here, let me introduce our company briefly and then move to our service, JSOT, iShip, and protein crystal growth. Yes, this is our team. SpaceBD is a startup in Tokyo and was founded in 2017. We have 70 members and around 30% is engineers. So we can conduct not only sales, but technical support. Also, our colleagues have a variety of background, like space engineers, researchers, or educational sector. So we are promoting comprehensive space business, connecting space with other industries. This is an overview of our business area. Our main business is satellite launch service and can provide a one-stop service in satellite launch supply chain like this. Also, we are expanding space utilization service with onboard and outboard of ISS in the field of life science or branding or blah, blah, blah. This is one of the reasons why we can offer various options. One of our big advantage is a strong relationship with JAXA. JAXA or Japanese government is working to transfer their assets and knowledge to the private sector for commercialization. We have been selected as official service providers 5 times by JAXA. The first time we got the right of satellite deployment from ISS Kibo. This is JSOT actually. A second, external facility utilization of ISS. And third, ride-share launch on H3 rocket. Fourth, satellite deployment from HTVX. And finally, protein crystal growth experiment service on Kibo. Oh, yes. Actually, we are the only company selected for JAXA's RFP, both outside and inside the ISS. So we are the promising company in terms of developing the use of the ISS. This slide shows our core business, launch service. Our customers of this service are companies, universities, and governments who develop their satellites. We are not just a broker of launch vehicles. We provide a launch service with engineering support in order to make satellite developers focus on developing their products. As you know, there are a lot of processes during satellite integration, and there is a value we can do between satellite developers and launchers. Since satellite developers need to pass the regulatory process, such as radio frequency, so we can support them and take those work instead of them. Yes, as a commercial launch service provider, we have various options to bring customers satellites or products to outer space. From the top of the line, regarding Japanese option, we have right to sell the right share of H3 rocket. Regarding United States option, we have deployed customers satellites from Falcon 9 of SpaceX. In the middle, we have the right to use the ISS Kibo satellite deployment service from ISS, utilizing from external platform on ISS, and satellite deployment service from HTVX. This HTVX is a new supply vehicle to ISS. And in the bottom line, in Japan, some commercial small rockets developers are developing their rockets, and we are trying to collaborate with them as well. This slide shows our contract performance. The left side is our contract result with JSOT. We have about 50 contracts, and all of the 12 completed projects have successfully launched into the orbit. In addition to this, we also have integration work conducted by JAXA, adding to our experience and knowledge in interface work. The right slide is the work with SpaceX Falcon 9, and there are about 30 cases. We are still obtaining inquiries and conducting business negotiations on an ongoing basis, and will continue to increase our track record in the future. And yes, these are some past achievements of launch and deployment. We provide the satellite launch service to customers from a variety of background and purpose. For academia, we worked with Japanese and overseas universities. This left slide shows our project with Curtin University in Perth, in Australia, and the industry academia government consortium, CRAVA, was in Australia. We supported the first satellite launch in West Australia. For the private company, for example, we helped one of the Japanese heavy industry leaders, IHI. And lastly, we apply this satellite launch experience and knowledge to an education program. The accumulated CubeSat development knowledge turned into the education program for students. In the program, we provide the STEM-related lectures, as well as opportunities to develop the problem solving and communication skills. This is about ISS Kibo external platform utilization. That is IV replaceable small exposed experiment platform, as known as iShip. As I mentioned at the previous slide, we offer this service as JAXA's commercial service provider. iShip is a platform to provide easy in-orbit demonstration for mission payload. iShip can utilize the interface resources such as electricity, communication, directly from ISS. So developers can save time and financial costs to focus in developing mission payload. The sample return option is also available, so users can review the payload after IOD if necessary. In the past, we supported a Spanish company, Satlantis, with iShip. They have developed an Earth observation camera for small satellites. Before they sell the camera in the market, they had done the demonstration in space to acquire the TRL-9. It was the first non-Japanese payload attached on the iShip. SpaceBD contributes to maximize the Japanese space assets by finding the demands and providing the technical support to use the asset. The right side is from Sony. Sony is one of the most famous company in Japan. This is IOD of wireless testing devices compatible with LTRIS, which is Sony's low power wide area wireless communication standard. Previously, iShip users could only communicate with ISS via the control tower on site at JAXA, but now it is possible to do so from off-site using the cloud assets system developed by JAXA. This is another service utilizing iShip, which is exposed experiments blanket attached on iShip, called XBus. XBus is a facility to attach on the iShip. While iShip is available, the mission payload less than 30 kilograms. XBus is available for the smaller materials. The facility is about 30 centimeter tall tower shape. SpaceBD has developed XBus with JAXA. We launched this service in 2021, and we extend the purpose of space utilization to marketing or cooperating branding, education, and art. XBus can offer the launch space from 6 centimeter square size from. We believe that this is one of the easiest facilities for IoT and hope more people use XBus as a first space project. Okay, this is about ISS internal platform utilization. You know, JAXA has conducted many life science activities in ISS Kibo module so far. That includes these assets and application mainly: crystal, cell, mouse, and plant for drug discovery, regenerative medicine, aging research, or food production. By experimenting inside the ISS, it is possible to verify the effect of microgravity while minimizing the influence of outboard space, like temperature or radiation. And SpaceBD is providing protein crystal growth service with JAXA. As I said, SpaceBD is the sole private partner of this project. Also, we have collaborated with biotech company so that we can provide not only just space experiment, but also the service of biochemical experiment on the ground. In this project, we have delivered around 500 samples before, and it includes around 40 private samples. Our main customers are pharmaceutical companies and academia in drug discovery research. And this bottom picture is a flow of the research based on the structure information. In drug discovery research, there is a method of clarifying the shape of target that causes disease and creating a drug for matching that shape. Space experiment can provide detailed structure information about the target. This is a picture of sample crystal obtained on the ground in space. Under the microgravity, there is no convection, so crystals grows very quiet and stable environment, and it enables crystals high quality. Okay, let me clarify again here. High quality samples are important to obtain high quality data. Under microgravity, we can get higher quality crystals, so more detailed structure information can be obtained by structure analysis of these high quality crystals. And yes, this is another point of work education program at high school. Students experience the flow of actual drug discovery research. They filled the protein samples for space experiment by themselves. After launching the sample and crystallizing it in space, it was returned to the ground and analyzed. We are doing the same program this year. Yes, this is finally the last slide. Let's sum up. I have talked about the various uses of the ISS, and these uses are possible through JAXA. I would be happy if you could use the Japanese Kibo, and in that case, we can support you from proposal to implementation. As you know, there are various complicated procedures unique to space, so let us spout you with them. Also, if you have SpaceBD as your point of contact in Japan, you can communicate with Japan or JAXA smoothly. Okay, that's all my presentation of launch service and ISS external internal utilization. If you have any inquiry and any plan to develop or demonstrate something, please feel free to contact through here. Yes, thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shuji, for sharing your experience with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, welcome back to the Kibo Utilization workshop. We now have two presenters from Thai company to share their experience. For the first speaker, may I invite Mr. Apiwat Jirawattanapon, CEO of NB Space, Company Limited to the stage.
Konnichiwa and good afternoon. Welcome to Thailand for the team that coming from Japan. And I'm representing my company, NB Space. We are the domestic satellite maker here in Thailand. And I would like to start from introduce myself first, since in the morning many people show the photo of the rocket. So I'm also showing, but this one is in the Tanegashima Space Center. And yeah, my name is Apiwat, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of NB Space, the company here in Thailand. So NB Space, we are the company that we mainly want to develop the satellite in Thailand, and also we provide the service and the product that we develop here, but mostly we learn many things from Japan, since half of our people is graduating from Kyushu Institute of Technology, Kodai, and currently our office is located in King Mongkut University, which is that building. And so we are so proud that we are KMUTNB and QTech, Kodai's spin-off company. And we started company 4 years ago, and now we are in the 5th year of running the company. And that's a small photo that the president of the university visit my office. Just to check that his student is doing good. So yeah, for the company's mission is we mainly focus and we target on developing technology, basically mainly focus on the satellite and space related technology. And so far we have have the customer in Thailand, which mainly the research organization and the university in Thailand. And GISTDA and NARIT also our customer. And luckily from 2023, we starting to get the first overseas customer in South Korea, which I'm not sure, maybe that's the first Thai baht that we can export the satellite subsystem to South Korea. So, and we get to be selected by the NIA, National Innovation Agency of Thailand, to be the best space startup in 2021. So for our achievement in space, this is our customer satellite that we provide the bus system for them. And actually we also fly to South Korea to do the satellite integration on in Seoul. And this satellite already launched to space on 25th May of 2023. And this is some of the part that we prove we have been sent to the space already, and it's worked well based on the press release from Ministry of Science of South Korea. So before we started company, since we were a student, me and my team, we built already 9 satellites, and it's released to the space already. And in these 9 satellites, I think 6 of them have been the Kibo module utilization. So that I will mainly talk about this. So here, my first satellite is Bird-1 CubeSat. And we built together 15 people, 5 satellites together within 1.5 years. And the satellite have been launched to space already have been released from the Japanese experiment module. And this is the photo that's taken from astronaut Jack Fisher. Very, very beautiful, for me. And here also another satellite that we built during we were student. This is a Spartium-1, the red color. This photo is taken inside the Kibo module, and this is when it's deployed. This satellite, the mission is the radiation and the carry atomic clock the small atomic clock on board satellite. And it worked very well, fully success. And this is current mission that Dr. Pongsathorn from King Mongkut University already talked before launch, before our lunch. And this is, we got supported from a JAXA JQ program to be utilizing the Kibo and this satellite. Let's say 99% is locally built here, except one part, which is we allocate resource. We don't have much people to do, so we buy what we buy. And hopefully, if there is no more any red tape issue or the document issue, hopefully the satellite can go to space within this year. So I already talked that we not only have the customer in Thailand, but we expand the market to South Korea. We have Malaysia Space Agency as our customer, and we also sell a small part to Japan too, and expect to have more customer in Japan to have more money. Yes, we are business. ผมกี่นาทีแล้วครับ and this is some of our product. We have the antenna, we have electronic power system, which can fit into 6U and 12U, and we can extend. And we also do the structure design and solar panel. I mean, we cannot do the solar cell, but we can integrate. We can assemble the solar panel in-house here in Thailand. And this is our facility. We have the clean room, which we use to do the AIT in our company, and we can access to the RF anisotropic chamber. We can access to the 3D printer and the sun testing machine. As the technology company, we try to focus with the UN SDG. We try to have the sustainable business. We also work very closely with the university to support and to return to education sector, because grow from that. We learned a lot from when we were a university student, and now we started the company. So we want to return, and we want to do the sustainable ecosystem here in Thailand. Not only for domestic here, we try to show our technology in the international conference. Like last month in January in Nihonbashi, we went to the international workshop of the Lean satellite in Tokyo, and we got NB Space. I mean, many people ask what the NB stand for. So I say mainly it's not Bangkok, but sometimes it's no boundary. And when we go to Japan, NB Space stand for Nihonbashi. Yes, and that's the place that many of space companies located there. So yes, we got selected as the representative of Thailand to attend the space industrial tour in Italy, and it's was funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Italy. So we very happy to be part of that, and we learn a lot, and we bring back to develop in our region. So my last slide. This is the team. Currently, we have the team of engineer, and we also have the business. And half of the team graduated from Japan, and we would say that we use Japanese technology to develop. Yes. So thank you very much. I think I finished before the time. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for the information.
And now we are going to our last speaker of this session. May I invite Associated Professor Dr. Parinya Anantachaisin, CEO EOS Orbit Corporation, to the stage. Everyone, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Associated Professor Dr. Barinya.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe it's just me that blocked you to go home now. So I will make it quick and useful. So first of all, let me introduce myself once again. My name is Parinya, the CEO of EOS Orbit. And today I would like to share who we are and what we do. And hopefully if we can be useful for anyone in this room, we are very welcome to share anything you like to know. So we are Thai company, 100%, and we established about 3 years ago. As of now, we have about 15 people in our company, and the company is basically located 15 minutes from here, near Don Mueang Airport. So the goal of our company is to develop the advanced space technology within Thailand, and hopefully we can expand our technology to the other countries. And our philosophy and the mission is based on 2 new space technology that's suitable, first of all, for Thailand and nearby country. And I think the first one is very similar to most of people in this room, which is the low Earth orbit satellite. So the reason it's easier to access to these orbits. Secondly, it is easier in terms of the technology itself as well, that people can access, people can build with lower cost. So yeah, and lastly, the distance from Earth to the low Earth orbit is very near compared to the geostationary. So it is useful in terms of the communication, which is our top priorities in terms of the mission that we like to do. And on top of the LEO reason, we also consider the equatorial orbits, which is very suitable for our country that are located near the equator. So on the slides, I want to emphasize that in terms of the revisit time in equatorial orbits, it is will be very useful in terms of the number of times that is go back to Thailand more often. So compare between 4 times to about 14 times per day. So that is our goal, to have the constellation in equatorial orbits to do most of the mission that we like to build in the near future. And this is the coverage around the world. As you can see, Thailand, of course, is the main focus, but all around about plus and minus 20 degrees from the equator. That's what we like to achieve. And in terms of the launch options to go to the equatorial orbits, we also partnership with the company from South Korea that commit to go to the equatorial orbit for us. Next, let's move to our satellite innovation. So far, we have been built and launched 2 satellites into orbits, and both of them based on the concept that's called LOGSATs, which stand for Roller Gateway Service and Aircraft Tracking Satellites. So as the name says, it's gonna have 2 main payloads, right? So the first one is the from the left-hand side is the aircraft tracking payload, which use the ADS-B that emit from the commercial aircraft to track the position, location, headings, and so on of the aircraft in such a way that it's going to help the air traffic control works a lot better in the area that doesn't have the terrestrial infrastructure. Second payload is the IoT or LoRa gateway. This gateway we built in-house, and the goal is to communicate directly to the end device that on ground. And so far, we test in the laboratory. It can communicate up to about 2,000 kilometers from ground. And another thing that we like to emphasize is the end device is very low power consumption, so that the people in the rural area can make use of it a lot easier and cheaper. And once these two data from aircraft and the IoT end device sent to the satellite, the satellite will transmit everything that collected from all sources to the our ground station, which located about an hour from here. And I will show the picture later that what it looks like. And this is the benefit of using LogSat that we like to have, which ranging from the position of the chip, the forest fire warning, the flood warning, as well as especially our country, the smart farming for the farmer. And let's move to the specification. So both of the satellite that we built and launched is a 3U CubeSat with the two main payload, which are the IoT gateway as well as the ADS-B receiver. And it will go to the sun synchronous orbit at about 500 to 600 kilometers. And this is the overview of our development. So on the left hand side is the testing of the deploy solar panel that we build and test in our laboratory, as well as the deployable of the helix antenna, which we concerned that the gain of the antenna would be small for the IoT payload. So we decided that we build helix antenna that can deploy to increase the gain of the antenna to be able to increase the chance to receive the signal from the end device on ground. And on the top in the middle, that's where we test our far field test between our satellite engineering model and the ground control station. And as you can see, the golden thing is obviously it's the temple that we ask them for a favor that we can use their location to do the testing. And it's located about 10 kilometers away from our ground control station. And this is the first satellite that we built, and this is the flight model that we packing into the case and carry to the launch site. And this is the all the space environment test that we did. So the first one on the left, the thermal vacuum test, we went to Japan to test at the QTech, and the vibration test and the radiation test we did that in Thailand. And this is the location of the launch. It's in California. From Vandenberg, we launched with the SpaceX rocket. And on the right-hand side, that's our first satellite that we installed into the deployer. And this is from December 2023, the first satellite that we launched with SpaceX. And we went up to the space with the launch vehicle from Italy. And once is the launch vehicle released from the rocket, it will also release us from them into the orbits. This is the picture of our ground control station in Nonthaburi, and we have 3 frequency band that we use. The dish is the S band, 2.25 gigahertz, and on the left and the right is the UHF and VHF frequency that we use to communicate with the satellite. And on the right hand side, that is the ground control station software that we written in-house to control and to monitor the status of our satellite. This is the picture of our laboratory and the clean room that we use to test, to integrate, and to install everything in-house. And the first one, unfortunately, the first satellite did not came out from the launch vehicle. We do not know exactly the reason yet, but basically the door of the deployer did not open. And so basically our LOXSAT number 1, let's say that, is still in space, but cannot talk to us because it's still inside the launch vehicle. But so we continue our work to LOXSAT number 2, and we spent like 7 months to build the second one. To build the second one, we also add some more features to the satellite. The first one is the GPS receiver. The second one is to add the small camera modules in order to test the synchronization between our subsystem in the satellite to the optical payload, so that in the future, if we like to do optical payload maybe bigger than this, we know what and how to do. And we also add the ROLA TX capability as well, because in the first one we do only the receive the signal from the ground, but the second one we also be able to transmit back to Earth as well. And lastly, we plan to do the demonstration of the RF relay payload, especially with the drone, so that the drone can do the beyond visual line of sight missions. This is the integration to the deployer of our second satellite. Again, we go with SpaceX from the same launch pad in Vandenberg. And we just launched it with the Transporter 12 in January 15. And this is the picture of the SpaceX rocket Transporter 12, and it's go up to the space successfully with no problem. And this time it go out with the launch vehicle. The first pass to Thailand after it's released from the launch vehicle is in 24th of January last month. And at night, we also go to our ground control station to monitor the first signal that we possibly able to receive. And yes, finally, we received the first signal from our satellite. And every deployable component deployed successfully, including the solar panel, all antennas. So we have UHF, VHF, and also the helix antenna deployed successfully. And now in the process of commissioning, and it's ready for the command from our ground control station. This is the TRE that we currently use to track our satellite. And we're waiting for the final number of the NORAD ID from NORAD to publish online. But with this information, we confidently that that is our satellite. We keep receiving the signal from our satellite pretty much every day. And on top of that, we also have the component that we build in-house, ranging from onboard computer, communication module, which we focus on the software-defined radio techniques that ranging up to 6 gigahertz right now. We also do the EPS, the electrical power system. Moreover, besides the payload, obviously the IoT gateway that we build in-house, we also have the antenna, all kind of the antenna we use, we build in-house, the structure and the solar panels. So the only thing that we did not do is the attitude and determination and control system. And this month, we also conduct the educational course to Thai students to do 2 things. First is the space mission design, teach them how to design the space mission in all aspects, the budgets and everything, as well as we also do the hand-on workshop with them to do the assembly, integration, and testing. As you can see, we use exactly the same model, the same size of our satellite to teach them the 3U CubeSat. So our students learn all the techniques that we have experienced with our 2 previous satellites successfully. And lastly, we like to show that our goal in the near future, we like to have the constellation of the LEO satellite in the equatorial orbit to do several missions, and we plan to have at least 12 satellites in one plane on equatorial orbits. And that's pretty much conclude what we are and what we do. And so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for sharing experience, Professor Prinya. Thank you very much.
So I believe that we have received a lot of information and experience from many honorable speakers in space industry from both Japan and Thailand. So we would like to open the floor for a Q&A session. So if you have any question, just please raise your hand.
Okay. Please, Dr. Namchai, have any questions?
Yeah, a lot of information, nearly overload. I don't know for the Kibo utilization workshop, in other places, there are many difference from what we have done now or not. But I recognize that we have many people share many services, many products, and then there's a lot of opportunities. But maybe we need some buyers, some people who come to here and want to buy. Maybe next time, I don't know, at least in Thailand, if we have this kind of workshop again, maybe we try to invite to retrieve some potential buyers to join. I think by this way, it will be more fruitful for this kind of workshop. I don't know what you think.
No, Jason, thank you very much. We appreciate that you enjoyed, and that was a very great opportunity to have the kind of the networking. And actually, that even for us, for JAXA, that it was a great workshop because there were a lot of information that was overall not only related to, not only limited to the International Space Station, And there were satellites, and also that a lot of, we could understand that the educational programs, and we are astonished that there are many educational programs in Thailand, and there were a lot of relationship, not only with JAXA and Japanese companies, but also all over the world. So it was a great opportunity. And if we have the next workshop, that would not be in a few years. However, because at first we would like to nurture the relationship we could have today at the Kibo Utilization workshop. But if you would like to have the next Kibo Utilization workshop, or next, not only limited to the Kibo, but to the space utilization workshop, we are welcome. And let's talk about what kind of the session would be the good at the best timing and adapted timing. That would be good. So the first step would be that to nurture, to spark our collaboration between the participants of this workshop.
Yeah, thank you. Very nice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have more questions? Okay, sure.
Well, to the Japanese companies that you, especially that now you are at the venue. So, for example, that the DigitalBlast Miyashita-san, you mentioned about the collaboration. You got the DigitalBlast had the MOU with AIT. So that we would like you to share if there's some academia people or researchers would like to have the relationship to the your company, then how to do that. Please explain please explain about that. And after that, as the DigitalBlast, please that I would like JAMSS people to explain that.
I'm Takayoshi Machida from the DigitalBlast, and I graduated from the AIT. Nice to meet you there. That time I invited my honorable professor. I understand totally that there are so many talent who have a big motivation in the space things. And in Japan, there are so many developed technology in JAXA, but there are so huge gaps. You know, there's Pacific Oceans. And there are so many academia in Thailand, and the private sector have a big interest in. And they also often ask me, we would like to do, but we don't know the steps. How can we reach the ISS? The data coming in April, the DigitalBlast and the other limited number the company can support it, foreign company and the university and the institution. That is a so great time to open the channel to the not only the Thailand and the ASEAN countries, including the academic and private things and public and the institution sectors. And that is just my company, the domestic idea. We would like to launch the, how can I say, the Thailand Space Consortium, something like that. Today, we also talk about Dr. Tattopong from the Thammasat, the Mahidol University. And there are so many, how can I say, the specialists in this session. Thank you for making that a great opportunity for the JAXA-san. That is also honorable things. That is also very easy things. Let me finalize that, how can I say, the sentence. We are the humankind. We see the moon every night. We have a same hypothesis and academic issues. We can do the same way in the ISS JAM. Thank you for making that today's session.
Thank you for the question. So it's mostly the same with DigitalBlast was talking about. So we are always open 24, not 24/7, but 365 days. Well, throughout the year, we are open to for any discussion for possible space mission upon Kibo, because we are a private firm and we can support as a one-stop service from your mission planning to upon the on-orbit mission, and then at the return of the sample. So you can hit our website and there's an application form. You can directly contact me because I'm here. So I'm giving out my business card for that. So please contact me if you have any chances to use Kibo module. And the important part of realizing and actually making a space mission happen is to recognize the schedule of the launch. So right now there's only one destination in LEO, LEO orbit. It's the ISS, International Space Station. But so there's only a limited capacity for a private mission. So it's very important to know what's the limitation of the schedule on orbit. Well, afterwards, I think after ISS retirement or like a few years before, there will be a different destination as a private space station. But it's not going to happen in like 1 or 2 years. So so for now, if you're utilizing Kibo module, please contact us. And first, please check the schedule. I think that will be the initial start. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone have more thoughts, comment, or questions? Okay, I think so. I think it's time now. So everyone, let's give another big round of applause for our honorary speaker today. And finally, before we conclude this workshop, may I invite Dr. Namchai Chiwawiwat, Director, Media and Production Creation Division of NSTDA, to give us special closing remarks.
Yeah, it's very good time now on behalf of NSTDA and GISTDA as the host of this Kibo Utilization workshop with JAXA. I would like to thank all the speakers and all the participants from both Japan side and Thailand side. Hope you enjoy all the contents. For me, it's nearly overloaded. A lot many information, and also hope you have time talking with each other, because this is one aim of this workshop, to make a connection with each other, and also hope you enjoy our food, Thai food. For these bilateral activities, we hope to provide information, possible services and opportunities to each other, and also want to meet in person and have chance to know each other. We hope that to more this kind of activity, we have more fruitful and beneficial to both on Japan side and on Thailand side, and also for humankind. And last but not least, this workshop provides chances to enhance the better collaboration and stimulation of new ideas and possibility. We really hope so that you get something new from this workshop. And thank you again. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu. Dewa mata. See you later. See you again somewhere in space.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes all of the workshop today. Thank you, Dr. Namchai, for a wonderful closing. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being a part of this workshop. It's our honor to be moderator of this workshop. Thank you very much. And as we wrap up today, I think we don't want the conversation ends here. So this is a great time for the opportunity to connect, exchange ideas, and also building a meaningful relationships. So I invite all of you to have a networking session from now on, so you can meet the following attendees and also share insights and also engage with our speaker and also the professionals in this room. So enjoy networking, and thank you all once again for being part of today's event.